has been a director at SWAIA. She's worked at IAIA. She went to IA. I was pretty much raised at the Institute of American Indian Art. The big joke was that my school bus used to drop me off at the campus after school. So really grew up in this community. And Site Santa Fe specifically, in high school, they ran a program called Young Curators, where they invited young people from different schools across the city to come learn to be what it's like to be a curator. And so they would mentor us and teach us, and we got to, at the end of all season long, all year long, we would work on pretty much our own exhibit, and it would be held somewhere in the city or here. And I did that program, I think, for most of high school, and really got to understand, all the things it takes to put on an art exhibit and produce an event, which are still skills that I'm using today as an adult and in the various roles that I hold, and as a person in this community as well. So I really feel a lot of, there's a lot of history, I guess, in this building, and of course in this community, in this town. So yeah, I just wanted to share that little anecdote and share some of the kind of relationship building that Site Santa Fe specifically has been doing with young people and Native artists. And of course, Site Santa Fe is a really incredible institution for uplifting Indigenous artists. In fact, tomorrow they'll be doing an event with Jeffrey Gibson, who is going to be the first Indigenous artist to be sponsored to go to the Venice Biennale. So huge accomplishment for Jeffrey, and really awesome that Site Santa Fe has supported his progress and evolution as an artist. But so yeah, with that grounding in this space and the relationship with local artists and local community members, I also wanted to just begin the day by introducing our next speaker, who is Mark Mitchell, former governor of Tesuque Pueblo, again, my tribe, and the chairman of the All Pueblo Council of the Governors. So Mark is going to share a offering and really start our day in a good way with prayer. Thank you, Mark.
Good morning. Before I do the prayer, I just wanted to first and foremost welcome all of you to the ancestral homelands of Tesuque Pueblo. Just a quick history, real quick. In our migration stories, we're told that Tesuque was originally Ogap Ogi, place of the white shell, and our Pueblo was sitting right here, smack in the middle of town. For whatever reasons, they all left. We're a traditional tribe. We don't run for office. We're appointed into office for one-year terms. And the way we keep our continuity is when an individual reaches the title as governor, we become lifelong members of the tribal council. And that's how we keep our continuity in everything we do. As far as business is concerned, we we have our own business development group, and we work together with them as well. We're about a 20-member council. So hit and miss when we make it to meetings or not. But anyways, I've been governor for my tribe 6 times. 05, 09, 11, 13, 17, and 21. So I've met 3 presidents, 4 just 2 weeks ago with President Biden being in town. I'm the chairman of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, which collectively represents all of the 19 pueblos in this state and 1 in Texas, in El Paso. They're known as the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. And so there's 20 tribes, and we tell folks back in Washington, D.C., or wherever we go, New Mexico is unique because we don't only have 1 governor and 1 lieutenant governor. We have 20. about 23 lieutenant governors and second lieutenant governors. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, again, my name is Mark Mitchell, and in your own thoughts and prayers, you can say your own prayer while I give one in my language. For your day.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Jade. It's so nice to be grounded in this space in the Tesuque language, and it's really an honor to be here on Tesuque lands. We always like to, at Indian Collective, anytime we're in a space, acknowledge whose homelands that we're in. And we know that all of this land is Indigenous land, and so it's really an honor and a privilege to hear the language and be welcomed into the space into that way. Good morning, everyone. Bisha Awawa. My name is Sarah Sunshine Manning, and I'll be hosting the programming today. I'm the Director of Communications here at Indian Collective, and I'm a citizen of the Shoshone Paiute tribes of the Duck Valley Indian Reservation in northern Idaho and southern Nevada. And I'm also a descendant of the Chippewa Cree tribes of Rocky Boy, Montana, and I also have Hopi ancestry. I'm one of those intertribal Indians, grandparents coming from various different boarding school meetups. But I'm really happy here today to be with you all, to welcome our artists, our 10 Radical Imagination artists from our third cohort, to welcome guests and friends, presenters, performers, people from the area here for Indian Market. It's such an honor and privilege to actually have our first in-person Radical Imagination event. The Radical Imagination Grant is one of the first grants at Indian Collective that we launched. We're just under 5 years old as an organization, and we've been really proud to offer the Radical Imagination Grant to 10 Indigenous artists throughout Turtle Island and surrounding island nations for the past few years. And what we do is we invest in Indigenous artists who are storytellers, culture bearers, artists of various different mediums. And they're combining traditional arts, Indigenous values with both contemporary mediums, traditional mediums, and they're not just doing art for the sake of art. And on that note, nobody does art for the sake of art. We all know that art always has a purpose. That's what this weekend is all about. But the artists that we look to for this Radical Imagination Grant, we invest in, or we support what we call this radical imagination. And when we say radical, we think of getting to the root of things, having the courage and the strength to interrogate the soil of some of our most challenging issues that we face as Indigenous communities today. So interrogate that soil and look at why are we struggling in the way that we do. And with their art, they're proposing solutions. They're imagining a future where our people thrive, where our people are healed, where we're accessing our strength in ways that our ancestors did, and maybe even living out our lives in even better ways. So we often say at Indian Collective, maybe our best days are still ahead of us. And if we imagine it that way, then maybe we can create it that way. And so just really, today's programming is going to be so exciting. I'll explain to you what we're going to be doing for this first half of the programming, and then we also have some stuff taking place this evening. So our first part of programming today involves artist presentations and panels. That will be taking place here in this main room. But while the presentations and panels are taking place, you'll notice that around the perimeter of the room, all of our artists have display tables where you'll see their art set up, where you'll see there's some monitors and some screens in the back there where some artists have set up displays of some of their work. Some is outside in the courtyard. Also upstairs, we have our creative resistance team, and they're actually, they just went back up there. They're doing interactive murals, silk screen printing. There's some space outside also for kids if kids are coming to color some of Jackie Fawn's beautiful coloring book and art that she has out there. So there's plenty of things for the family. We also have upstairs some nonprofit grassroots organizations that we've invited that are set up out in this space as well. Indigenous local groups that are fighting for various things from, fighting for protection of women. We have folks out there. We also have Ginger Coffee. If you guys want to check out a Danette-owned coffee company, they're set up upstairs if you want some coffee. So we're just really excited about what's going to happen today in this first half. So we'll go until 5 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock, we're actually going to shut our doors and set up for the concert. So between 5 and 6, we're breaking. At 6 o'clock, that will be our Radical Imagination Experience concert, where we have 4 performers, 3 of our artists, and in addition to our 3 artists, we have one of our very own Indian staff members, our creative director, Jordan Breen, aka Mike Jordan, who's going to be performing. He's a longtime performer. In addition to Mike Jordan, we have Frank Wan here in the front. We have Mark and Cassidy. Marks will be premiering and performing their single, How Long? And we also have Dakota Camacho, our Guam relative, who is going to be doing a performance. And so we hope you can come back for that as well. Meantime, we're also live streaming this programming. And so if you're not able to stick around and you miss a performance, you could definitely catch it online. So hello to our live stream viewers who are tuning in. Let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. Also, what we're going to be doing is throughout the programming, we're going to have a handful of raffles and drawings for some Indian Collective swag. And so there in the corner, you'll see our table set up diagonally. You can enter a drawing to win some of that. So in between the panels and presentations, we're going to be doing some drawings. We have some t-shirts, some hoodies, we have some water bottles, a hat there. And then there's also free water bottles for you all to pick up as well. And so we have some free merch for you over there at the other table. If you want to sign up for our newsletter, if you want to sign up for updates from Indian Collective, you can go over and get a water bottle over there as well. So with that, we want to get into our first presentation. And our first presenter is Nora. And Nora is a local Pueblo person who we're so honored to be working with. And also you'll actually see some of Nora's art in this room. And they'll be talking about their installations. And so you see a couple of sculptures here in the corner and up here at the front. And so we'll welcome Nora up and her team for this first presentation. Thanks so much, everyone. What do you mean? Oh, just a second. I forgot. Huh? We can.
No, we could just, we already called her up.
See?
It is.
Can we want to see? Yeah. Oh, the clicker is yeah.
Okay.
Can Margarita have one too?
Yeah. Yeah.
always a little bit nerve-wracking to be the first. So we have to get ourselves together. Sengi tomo, everybody. I'm from Kapowinge, and I'm here to describe the project that NDN supported and funded for us last year. The name of the project is Gather. And I'm going to be showing you some slides that at first sight seem a little bit random, but I am going to weave the whole idea together so that it makes sense. I first want to introduce one of the participants in the Project Gather. Her name is Margarita Paz Pedro, and she is from Laguna, part Santa Clara and part Mexican. And she was a very important part of this project. I want to thank NDN for supporting this idea, this radical idea on how this community art-based project developed and what we did with that support. I come from a long line of Pueblo potters. My mom was a Pueblo potter. My sisters are Pueblo potter. They'll be showing in at Indian Market this weekend. And I grew up with a certain particular way of relating to the earth through this clay process. This is Gregoria Tafoya from Santa Clara. She is a auntie of mine. Abby, if Abby's here, she'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Everybody over the age of 20 is an auntie in our Pueblo communities. She's gathering clay, and this picture was taken in the late 40s, and she really symbolizes what we were, what women in our community, how we related to the earth. The people that I come from are survivors. They always have been. Indigenous people go back to their environment and then start looking around for the resources that they have. And that was really inspirational for me when I started working on this project. I'm going to move my chair over so I can see the slides. Pueblo people, because we built our homes out of adobes. We built our fireplaces out of clay and mud. And of course, our pottery was made out of the most accessible resource that we had. And that sense of survival was really important, and it carried through all through our history at different periods of time. And for me, that was very important. This picture is of jewelry that was made during the Depression era. And during that time, a lot of the Pueblo people didn't have money to buy silver or turquoise stones that would make their work. So they went out into the communities, looked at the ground, and they started picking up RPM records. Do you remember those? Yeah. Combs and toothbrush handles, and they started making jewelry from that because they didn't have enough money to buy the stones. So they were surviving in that way and learning how to create a whole new genre of art expression. And so I really, I got very inspired by how our people are able to survive and take from the earth and take what has been put on the earth and create their life and their art forms. You can see, I mean, the red, the black, and the white, that's all plastic. Random, right? All right, so New Mexico is the chili capital of the world, and that's pretty obvious. And in fact, Hatch, New Mexico, about 200 miles south of here, is considered the chili capital of the world. And what they do is they harvest the chili, put the green chili in these burlap sacks, and they ship them out all over the country. And so you'll see all along the Rio Grande, you'll see little stands, makeshift stands like this, from here down to Mexico. And they sell plastic saints, ceramic bowls, they sell blankets, and they also sell chili. The chili is then roasted. You can see the little roasters on the back, and the smell is just beautiful. I just love the smell, and it really identifies autumn for me. So one day, of course, I went to go roast my chili, and I noticed that the person that was roasting the chili would empty the chili out into the roaster and then throw the bags away, the burlap bags away. And there was a whole pile of them. And I said, "What are you going to do with these bags?" And he says, "Oh, we're just going to burn them." And for me, my instincts, my survival instincts, kicked in. And so I started collecting burlap bags. For several years, I went up and down to little places like this collecting burlap. Burlap has a real interesting texture to it. It has a wide weave. And what I found out is that it's very similar in weave to monk's cloth. Monk's cloth is the material used to weave ceremonial mantas and kilts that we use in our dances and our other ceremonies. And on the right here, you can see that it's embroidered and made into designs and different patterns that are symbolic of our culture. And so once I started collecting this burlap, I had no real clue of what I was doing. I just knew that I couldn't waste the burlap that was going to get thrown away. I started understanding that the burlap weave and the monk's cloth were very similar, and I wanted to make those comparisons in that they were both very, monk's cloth and burlap were similar and useful. So around that time, COVID hit. And once COVID hit, people were thrown into isolation. All of our pueblos closed down. I think a lot of people were basically in shock, trying to figure out what do we do next. I had a lot of time at that point to look more closely at the material I had been collecting. I was also collecting just mountains of plastic and fencing wire from our communities. So what I ended up doing is I started thinking, oh, burlap and this monk's cloth were so similar that I could actually sew on the burlap and make art from it. I'm not a traditional ceremonial sewer or embroiderer, but I found somebody who did, an elder from my community who I asked if she could show me how to make that same sewing process that would make this burlap stronger and that I could start working with it in that way. So then I started thinking, oh, I have in isolation, I have all this time, I want to try something new. It was very radical because generally I work in clay. I print or sometimes I work in film. So in that, during my period of isolation, I decided I wanted to look at a new medium. I started making these sculptures that are made out of material that basically are discarded. And the idea of working with discarded material has really been profound for me, because what I realized is that in some ways we are like this material. Indigenous people have always been used and then set aside and then left to find our own way. I wanted to revive the idea of using materials, using our ideas, and putting them together to create something new. Just like the Pueblo people during the Depression, who looked at a comb and thought, oh, I can make something from this. An old RPM record, I can make something from this. That thinking was just so intriguing for me. And so I started making these sculptures. And the way that this happened was because most of my communication when I was in COVID isolation was through Zoom. And so I'd be talking to somebody on the phone and making drawings. And all of a sudden, I started thinking, yes, this is making sculptures is what is meant to be. So this on the left is this woman sitting in the corner there. She's made out of wire, hundreds of Walmart bags cut up, washed and cut up, and the burlap bags that I rescued from all of those chili stands up and down the Rio Grande. Everything is repurposed. So in order to cover these pieces with the burlap, I needed to find somebody to help me learn how to sew a tight stitch. The elders then became part of this process. And when I realized that this was much bigger than I had expected, not only the pieces, but the idea, I started thinking that we as a community being isolated needed to reconnect with each other. And so I started inviting people into my studio. I asked elders to come in and teach me how to make this stitch. And they were so giving and kind to me that I wanted to offer them something. And this is where NDN came in. I talked to someone, they asked me to apply. I did, and I received a fellowship. And with that fellowship, I started formulating Gather. These pieces are called healers from another place, from some other place. And what they were for me is that period of time when we were trying to recover and find out who we are after COVID. How do we heal from this just devastating illness that made us lose a lot of people in our communities, and that caused great sadness for many people. So once I opened my studio, people started coming to help me. And because of NDN, I was able to offer them food, honorarium. And then, I don't know if maybe you can relate to this. When you start a project, or if you are writing something, it sort of has this energy of its own. It has its own legs, and it starts directing you, the project, the idea, the creative thought, starts sort of guiding you. And what happens to me is that I follow very quickly. I'm down that rabbit hole, and I will go down there 100%. So that's what happened with Gather. Then I thought, oh, well, this should be shared with other participants. And that's Margarita was one of the participants that came on board, which I'm was very excited about. We had 6 participants, they came on. And then before you know it, this group of women, and it was mostly women, started going and helping other artists making their dreams come true, their ideas manifest. And so we became this like intergenerational, intertribal art posse. And we started collaborating with other institutions like the Foundation and the Institute of American Indian Arts. And we started helping other people. And it became this, just this project, community art-based project that had this wonderful inclusiveness, that taught cultural awareness, that shared information, and that helped us to heal. In this, down below, we're gathered there at the Foundation, and we're helping another artist prepare for her exhibition. And that took us a couple of days, but we all got together and we had fun. Yeah, this was one of our first participants. Originally, I thought, oh, I'll keep it to Santa Clara and invite all the people from Santa Clara to come and help. But then I realized, oh, this is much bigger. I started inviting other people. At one point, we had, at the Foundation, we had Jameson Chase Banks, master printer, do a children workshop. That was really cool. That day was great. In the studio, we had people coming in and teaching each other. The woman on the left with half blue hair has been working with me for 3 years. Great seamstress, started teaching this other young woman, one of the participants of Gather, to learn how to sew. Everybody in the program worked on these pieces. So these pieces are made by many hands. Oh, I always do that. One of the things that happened also was that a lot of the women wanted to, the participants wanted to work with clay. And because I had that available in the studio, I was able to share that cultural knowledge with them, which was just another aspect of Gather that was really impressive for me, because it just kept echoing out into different arenas or different mediums. And because of that, people were exchanging different ideas and sharing creative projects with one another. And this next participant was from Ojibwe, from I think she was going to school in Minnesota. And she, out of the blue, she called me and she says, I want to know more about clay, the clay process, the Pueblo clay process. And I had no clue that she was going to reach out to me. And of course, I invited her into Gather, and she worked with us. She had always bought her clay. And so we went out and looked into gathered clay from the mountains. What she's working now is with volcanic ash. That's important to the clay process. It's like a grout or a temper. And she's sifting it. The clay process is very labor intensive, and you have to concentrate about what you're doing, and the environment really is a determinant about how you deal with the clay. Is it a nice day? Can you fire? Can we go get clay? Is it too windy to fire, or is it too cold to go gather clay? But this young woman was very interested. She spent a great deal of time with us, and she wanted to develop a sculptural body of work for her I think she graduated last year, so she needed a body of work to show for her graduation. Yep. She worked primarily with micaceous clay, and micaceous clay is gathered in the mountains, northern New Mexico, and it has this very beautiful finish to it. As you can see, when it's fired clean, it's got this sort of golden type feel to it, and it has these micaceous flecks that when in the sun just glitter just beautifully. So everyone in this project shared their knowledge, shared who they were, and in that and worked on these pieces, so that this Gather project was multi-pronged in that it had cultural meaning, it had environmental lessons for us to think about in terms of what are we consuming, what are we discarding at just an incredible rate, and what do we do with all this stuff that we so carelessly put into our trash can. I wanted to do something with that gave an alternative. And in that sense, it was a radical imagining that developed into this very, very solid community based project and consciousness. So thank you for being patient. Keep going. Margarita was the last participant, and she came to us from IAIA, and I'm really grateful for you, Mario, for pushing that so that Margarita could come and be a part of our community. And I'm going to let Margarita finish this presentation because she has a lot to share of her experience. And we're still working together. And I like that idea because now that we have established a relationship, we can continue that. I think this is a perfect model. Gather is a perfect model that could be used in all our communities in the form of helping us heal, helping us communicate better, and teaching the younger people in our communities to think out of the box, to find their way through these very important value systems that Pueblo people still have today and that are continue to be very important to our survival.
Hello, everybody. My name is Margarita Paz Pedro, and like Nora said, I'm Laguna Pueblo, Santa Clara Pueblo, a Mexican American. Thank you for inviting me to talk today. When I think about how this came about, it's like a strange path of crumbs, because I heard about Nora and her work while I was an undergrad in the late 90s, early 2000s. And this was in Colorado, and I was really doing research looking for Pueblo women artists published. And it was very slim pickings at that time, but I came across this book written by Nora Naranjo Morse, and I checked it out, and I kept checking it out. And so that was like one of the crumbs. And then moving back to New Mexico around 2003, when the Santuario controversy kind of came out, and being like really paying attention, like what's going on? There's something going on. And kind of reading up, and I knew something was going on, but you know, the news doesn't give you the whole story. I finally heard that story last year. So it was really, you know, and then seeing her work throughout the years, and then Mr. Mario was the last push of it being, hey, we have this opportunity. And it actually came up earlier in the spring of 22, I believe, but I had too much going on at that time, and I was like, I can't make it work. And then again, he pushed later that semester, and early summer, like, she had plans to work with somebody else, but it fell through. And I was like, "Are you sure?" I had like some small pockets of time that I was like, "I think I could make it work, if no one, yeah, if this is a thing." So July through August, I was driving up a few days a week from Albuquerque to Santa Clara. And so we worked together, and she was like, "What do you want to do? We can do this, I can do this, I can show you this." I make weird things in clay, and I was like, "I want to make weird things in clay. Let's make weird things in clay together." And so she showed me the Santa Clara clay process, and it was really generous with that information and that knowledge, and how she goes about it and how she learned. And the way I see working with different clays is like getting to know a new person. And so it takes all those things, the like questioning and listening and observing and the time. So not only was I getting to know Nora, but I was also getting to know the clay, and that it wasn't just about the work, it was about the relationship. So that was really something really eye-opening and valuable. So we went through the whole clay process. We recycled clay, we built with clay, we polished, we did firings, we did some excursions where we went to collections up north, and we helped other artists and sewed together. So not only did she show me the clay process, but she also showed me what she was working on, and we were sewing together. There was never a lull in the conversation, and there still isn't. We're always like, back and forth, and then we go down one rabbit hole, and then we're like, wait, what were we talking about? So it's been really, really great. Let's see what other photos we got here. Oh yeah, having a good time.
She looks happy, no?
So this is some of the work that came out of that process, the hand building. I just recently graduated from the IMFA program, and so it was about a year ago that we were working together and doing this. At that time, I was like, this is gonna go in my final work. And it really kind of just showed me how clay is far-reaching and has these embedded inherent qualities that teach us a lot about life. And there's all these all kinds of connections that I know she knows, and that I'm learning as I go through this life. And I am excited to share that with folks as I get older and continue to teach. So we did a firing. Oh, another thing is, I have a 10-year-old daughter, and she has 2 granddaughters, and she just was like, "Yeah, bring your daughter. This is a family house. We have swings in the back. There's chickens running around. We have a beautiful peach tree." So and then the best thing to my daughter was the big trampoline. So she would come, and we would work together, and the kids would go frolic around. And I live in Albuquerque, and it's not that safe, and I don't feel that comfortable letting my child just run around wherever to the neighbors. So it was also something that was really nice. Like, I could let her walk a few houses down and not really have to worry that something was going to happen. It was a good firing. So like I said, I have my grandma was Santa Clara, and she left the pueblo at a young age to go to the Indian school and never went back. And so her connections and her knowledge, her culture was pretty much severed. And so I hadn't really known anybody, or as far as like relatives, it was all kind of murky. And so little did I know, that it was also about reconnection to Santa Clara through Nora and through clay. And that's how I've been able to reconnect with that side. And like I said, we finished in our official apprenticeship finished in August of last year, but I said, "Can you keep me?" because it feels like the beginning, and I don't want it to be over yet. So she said yes. So we're continuing to work together, and as fellow artists and clay artists, we're like, what about this? There's really not an end to the ideas and the exciting possibilities of what this material can do and what we want to do with it, and we're still getting to know each other. And so this is just an example, or this is my thesis exhibition show where I included adobe and porcelain clay and natural clay and wood. So this was just last May in the fall, and then somebody made their home there, which was pretty neat. But there's no this type of learning, this like one-on-one with the person, this apprenticeship type learning, generational transfer of knowledge. It's super valuable and a very valid way of learning and sharing knowledge. And there's like no curriculum that could come close. And there's no money that can really amount to that value. So I just want to say thank you, Dawa and Nora.
I wanted to show you, can we, just for a second, can we go back? I want to tell you a little story, a little bit more. Oh gosh, Mario, I'm having problems. I know you're not the person, but okay. Okay, we fired this young woman on the side. She came to me and she said her grandma had died and left her children these unfinished vessels that she had made out of clay. And Alicia wanted to finish these vessels in honor of her grandma, but nobody in her family had really makes pottery anymore. And so she asked me to help her learn how to polish the pottery and fire the pottery. And it was a really important moment for me because this young woman came full circle. Learning how to polish pottery and to go through the firing process. Taking care of her grandma's wish that someone in her family would finish the vessels. And this young woman is a graphic artist, and she does short animations. But in this, she learned how to get this cultural information that her grandma, I think, would have been pretty proud. And so the day that we finished firing and whew, everything came out okay, because you don't know when the pot's going to come out, if it's going to be cracked, or you potters know that, right? You were telling me. And so when the pots that Alicia had done came out perfectly, this girl would very rarely smile, and that day that she was carrying her grandma's pots back to the truck after finishing them was one of the most rewarding moments for me, because she had come full circle, and her grandma was with her during the whole process. And for that, I really thank again NDN for really allowing this project to develop, for allowing me to be able to do the research with the Depression era jewelry, and to make connections between the monk's cloth, and to be able to travel to up and down the Rio Grande to collect burlap bags that became something totally different. And in a sense, I think these pieces represent to me the idea of making something new from something that has been discarded. And I show my gratitude all the time when I look at these pieces. I want you to look at them because I have been traveling quite a bit. During COVID, I didn't as much. But one day I was walking the street of Puerto Rico, and I saw a gasket on the ground. And for whatever reason, I picked it up. And it's the earring on this guy. I am looking closely, again, like my ancestors, looking around my environment wherever I am and finding important things. So thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions, please let me know for either of us. Hi, Helen. Michelle, are you here? I saw you coming in. This is like having family here, so thank you for coming. Michelle is curating at the Millicent Rogers up in Taos, an exhibition. And she asked me to put these pieces in September, so they'll be in Taos at the Millicent Rogers for 3 months. Helen, when I make something, I'm not thinking that it has a destination. I'm completely down the rabbit hole of making it and being with it and in the process. So I know that in the immediate, they are going to Taos for 3 months. Is that 3 months? Please tell us the name of the exhibit and what it's about.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Nora. And hi, Margarita.
Hi.
So Margarita is also going to be in the exhibition, and Nora and Margarita are going to do a talk talking about mentorship, relationships, and the exhibition is called New Mexico Artists Around the Kitchen Table, and it's about legacies of art making practices and how those are passed on and carried on and reimagined. And when I learned of Nora's and Margarita's work together, I really wanted to work with them and see, what was happening, how those processes were coming along, and then seeing that picture today with the younger woman, that just really full circle just on what you all are doing and hearing more about Gather. But it's a show I've been thinking about since 2019, and just to kind of sum up, I'm actually guest curating now for Millicent Rogers Museum. I'm at the Museum now, but I hope to see you in Taos or Albuquerque.
Yeah. Also, please check out Margarita at Indian Market, where will you be?
I will be in front of Mogna in the affordable student and recent grad booths. Museum of Contemporary Native Arts, across from the church. Come say hi.
Yeah. Thank you for listening to our project, and come and visit Margarita and come to Taos if you get a chance to see the pieces in a different setting. There's one more piece that's being completed. So it's really 3 pieces. I'm still working on the 3rd piece, which I'm really excited about. So if you want to see what they look like all together, hopefully that'll happen someday as soon as all of them are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this on? Okay. Thank you so much to you both. We're going to do a quick stage change. But while we're doing that, I also wanted to mention and let you all know that we did a Q&A interview with Nora, and it is on the Indian Collective website if you want to read more. Our team had a really great conversation with Nora, and she shared more about her work there. So if you'd like to go check that out, you can go to our website at indiancollective.org. We did some Q&A interviews with Nora in that same story, and another one of our clay workers, Nivia, who we'll be hearing from in just a few more moments. And then also, if you want to check out other Q&A interviews with the artists, they're definitely going to be sharing some cool insight here today. They're going to be answering some questions, but they also share some really cool, intimate reflections in those Q&A interviews as well. And so if you're really interested and you want to hear more, definitely check those out. A couple of things coming up. We're going to go to a short performance, another grounding performance here. It was great to open up with our Tesuque relatives, hearing the language, and then to hear from another one of our Pueblo artists. But we want to do another grounding here as we transition into some of our other conversations. After we hear this amazing grounding performance, we're going to do our first drawing, so stick around. But next up for our first mini performance is you get a sneak peek of one of our artist performers, Frank Juan, Si Changu Lakota. He'll also be performing tonight at the concert at 6 o'clock, but you get a little sneak peek of Frank while he shares a grounding musical performance. So thank you so much, Frank, and we're going to invite him up right now.
Mitakuyapi, oyate kacha omani amachapelo. Hello, relatives. My Lakota name, I'm Sichangu Lakota, is Walks with the Young Nation or Walks with the New Nation. I'm a Sichangu Lakota music artist from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. And I am also a Radical Imagination grantee 2021, I believe. And I was asked by my relatives at Indian to give a preview of the concert later and also kind of open up the space, ground us with music, with song. That's another thing we like to do in our culture. I want to just, again, highlight what's happening here. I travel and perform for a living as a native music artist, and I don't see anything really happening in the world quite like what Indian Collective does. What I like about Indian Collective's organizing and how they do everything as an organization is they understand that art is an integral piece of native culture. Every single aspect of our culture, from powwow to ceremony to our activism and resistance, you will find native art there in some sort of way, whether that's visual, whether that's traditional music. So I appreciate that Indian Collective sees that, recognizes that, and uses art as the medium to organize in community. And I'm going to do a song that I wrote on native flute to ground myself personally, but it works in group settings as well. And whenever I write songs on the native flute, I feel like I really get to the root of where my culture influences my songwriting, because whenever I write a song on the flute, there's no English, and it kind of gets the colonization out of the way, and I can just connect to this traditional instrument. So I'm gonna do a song that I wrote to ground myself in space. Every time I travel and go to a new place or I go home, I play this song to just say thank you for being here, thank you to the land, thank you to the communities that kept the land for hundreds of thousands of years for us to be here. Thank you to Indian Collective and all the moving parts that had to come into place for this amazing event to happen. We've been planning for months. It's been about a year in the making, this event here. So this is just to say thank you and to bring us all into this space and to also honor the land, honor our ancestors, and honor the tribes that took care of the land for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. That was really beautiful. And a reminder, Frank will be performing this evening at the Radical Imagination Experience concert at 6 o'clock, so join us. It will be Mike Jordan, Frank Juan, Marks, and Dakota Camacho this evening at 6 o'clock. So thank you so much. So we're going to do our first drawing. Also, if you didn't yet enter our drawing, back in this corner here, there's a table where you could put your name and your information on a raffle ticket, and we'll draw throughout the day. There's some Indian Collective swag over there, including t-shirts, water bottles, a hat, and then there's also some water bottles there that you can pick up without having to enter the drawing, but we're going to do our first two. So the first one, I'm not looking. Okay, is Joseph. So Joseph, is Joseph in the house? All right, Joseph. Okay, Joseph, you can head over to that table and just pick out something.
It's the shirt.
All right, so is that the next basket? Yep, we're going to do one more.
Hello everyone, my name is Brandy Calabaza. I'm a communications associate here at Indian Collective. Hickory Apache and Kiowa Pueblo, tuning in from Santa Fe, New Mexico at Site Santa Fe, down by the rail yard. We're actually here for our Radical Imagination experience, where we're highlighting some of our grantee artists from 2021 cohort. We have some amazing artists here. Right now, we just wrapped up our first panel discussion with Nora, Naranjo Morse, and her special guest, Margarita Paz Pedro. So they had an awesome panel discussion, and so we're bringing you into the space now, and we're just going to show you around, show you what's happening, and hope that you come and join us. So we're going to wait till they finish up the drawing, but for right now, you know, this is our first wall of artist tables. You can come here and see some of the art that they have displayed. This is our first artist, Jackie Fawn. You might be familiar with her artwork. You know, started out at Standing Rock and has just expanded from there with some powerful artwork, illustrations. She's actually, so we have a cool portfolio here of Jackie displaying just some of her amazing prints. You know, again, very powerful work. She's actually here in the space, and we'll get to her soon. But you can, again, come down here and look at all of her portfolios, all of this work she did under our Radical Imagination grantee artist grant. And so, yeah, we have her portfolios here again for everyone to look at. This space is a welcoming space. You can come in and look at just all of the amazing work that they've done under the Radical Imagination Artist Grant. So here are a few things, you know, just flipping through for you guys to get an idea of what's going on. We have some cool artists. If you look down here, just again, all of the work that they were able to achieve under the Artist Grant and our funding. We have Dimi Macheras. He also did some illustration, and so you'll see some of his pieces here. This piece here in the corner is actually made out of all cardboard, acrylic painting, and it's actually like a headdress or a head mask, you know, related to where he comes from. And so again, you know, we have some pieces that you can come look at, some coloring pages that he brought for our audience to experience. We even have one of his graphic novels available to come look at, and even these cool calendars. This is actually my first time seeing it, but some cool calendars that he designed, again, with some of his graphic illustrations. And so we definitely want you all to come out here and check this out, right? And we also have some just backstory of who Dimi is as an artist, what he's done with this Radical Imagination grant. And so, yeah, just amazing things. Some of the stuff that he's done, merchandise, graphic novels, storytelling. You know, these artists are very well-rounded, what they do and get involved with their community. And so we're really here trying to highlight that work. And so, again, just taking you around the space, we have our next artist, Amadeo Kume. And so he does pottery, actually. And so we're just going to go around and show you some of the work. And so this is our other grantee artist, Nivialis, Toro, Lopez. She's a potter. And she's done, you know, just different pieces. These are actually the pieces that she did with her Radical Imagination Artist Grant. And so, you know, she took a lot of inspiration from just sea creatures, the feminine spirit, things like that, and just some really cool pieces that she has going on here. So yeah, these, again, are tables that you can come look at and see how these artists use the Radical Imagination Grant to fund their artistic expression.
and Amadeo.
And
But
so,
in the meantime, I think we're going to
yes, amazing
we
things.
have one of the creative resistance team members in here right now.
And we actually have.
So a little later, we're actually going to invite somebody.
Do you mind if we
from the
interview?
creative resistance team.
Oh, okay, cool. So we actually have the artist here next to us. So if you want to introduce yourself, we're just kind of showing people the space, what we're doing, but you can introduce yourself and show us what you have.
Hi, my name is Toro. I am from Borigen. I am from Taino Indigenous heritage, and I have some of my work here with some of it is with native clay, some of it is with commercial clay. I basically do most of the techniques, hand building and wheel throwing, and I love teaching. So I've been teaching my community for over 3 years, clay-wise, but I have been teaching them Spanish and English and literature for over 11 or 12 years. So teaching is like my jam. And I also brought some native clay so people can touch it and play with it and engage with it to have like a little taste of Borigen's clay. So yeah, that's basically what I have.
Yeah, that's really amazing. And maybe you can touch on a little bit like how the grant, was able to help you expand on everything that you're doing with your clay work.
Yeah, so wow, it was amazing. It was a really intense year. That year my mom passed, and a couple of months later I received this amazing notification that I was a grantee, and I got to do some mejoras work with my studio to make it better. Now I'm forgetting my English, sorry about that. But I bought some equipment, and I bought some other things, tools to be able to have more people into my studio, and offering them native techniques classes for very affordable or free of charge. And I was able to also travel and educate myself more to be able to start engaging with more sustainable ways to work with clay, because we live on an archipelago and everything is shipped and it's really, really expensive. So being a grantee allowed me to further educate myself, and I actually was a presenter at the National Council on Education for the Ceramic Arts this year, or NCCA, and then there's an article there. There's a magazine that people can read what I was talking about in the conference, and that was all thanks to being a grantee, and I have expanded my knowledge. I have impacted over 500 people in my community. Clay has become so popular, and I want to believe that I had some part in it too. So yeah, we're creating a radical movement there with clay.
Yeah, that's really powerful. And, and for those of us that are just getting familiar with our collective, we actually dropped a blog featuring some of Nivia's work in her clay work. So if you want to get, more of an exclusive look into how she's teaching pottery, how she's doing all these amazing things with the grant that you received, we even have some of these pieces that are on the table. Sorry, we're going to jump this way. But some of these amazing pieces that Nivia created are also featured in the blog. But I guess, that's my next question. How... what's the inspiration here? I know you touched a little bit on how it was an integration between the feminine spirit and just really taking that inspiration from the sea as well. We see a lot of octopus, tentacles and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I live on an island, so to work with sea creatures is so natural to me, and I also love monsters. So I am trying to invoke those things in my pieces. I actually like to call them little monsters, all of them. I feel like they are some sort of omens of good fortune that just come to me, and I manifest them. And clay work is very intuitive, and to connect with clay for me is to connect with both Mother Earth and just our mothers in general. So I gather inspiration from that connection that I feel to it. So some of it just feels good. I don't know how to really... that's the part I cannot really teach. Yeah. So also my friends, I love spirals in general. So my friends were seeing my pieces, and they saw all this organic figures, and they were like, "How about you put some octopus suckers on one of those arms and you sell it to me?" And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna do it." And then I share it on social media, and a lot of people were like, "I want one, and I want one," and it just became sort of my thing. And I have learned so much about octopuses. They're really interesting creatures, and I just gather a lot of inspiration from life in general and in the sea, that it's just such a different world, and to be able to translate part of that world into clay that is just not in the sea is just so interesting. And I also have a master's degree in literature, so comparative literature. So for me, I'm reading a lot of text out of just a simple piece of clay work or a functional sculpture.
That's cool. And like, you know, in that blog I referenced earlier, one of the things, actually, we did a collaborative blog between you and Nora does clay work as well. And one of the quotes she had in there was like how you take inspiration just from like, you know, everyday things that people might not, and octopuses, you know, the sea creatures, and something that you're exposed to your whole life is just reflected back into your clay work. So that's really awesome to, you know, see that connection between both of you as clay workers. And yeah, so I believe you're on a panel later, right?
Yeah, 12:30
Cool.
with Amadeo.
Yeah, so that's right around the corner. So if you have time to come join us, Nivia will be on the stage doing a panel discussion with a few of our other grantees. But yeah, you know, she'll be here all day. So if you want to come meet her and talk to her and just kind of
Play with clay. Yeah, there's some clay there.
play with some clay, we'll all be here.
If you've ever connected with clay, there's a time to connect with clay. So come.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we're here for Santa Fe Indian Market weekend, and so, you know, we definitely want to get out there and support these artists that are doing some amazing things. And so thank you, Nivia. We really appreciate it, and we can't wait to see more of your panel discussion. But we're going to go ahead and move through the space. So thank you so much for talking to us. So we're going to go around here, and we're going to weave around a little bit. But yeah, like I said, you know, this whole corner, whoa, right here, you can kind of see it popping right now, is all of the corners, all these tables here are related to the grantee artists that we're featuring in this Radical Imagination experience. They're all part of the 2021 Cohort Radical Imagination. So yeah, if you want to come down and see all the amazing work that they've done with this, you know, grant funding, just supporting their, again, radical imaginations, this is the place to do it. So if you want to come, this is the corner. You can enter here. Right now, everyone's kind of just mingling as we wait for the next panel at 12:30. So we're going to go ahead and show you the rest of the space. We're actually going to move around. We're going to go outside and show you what we have going on here at Site Santa Fe. So we're going to keep going. And sorry, it's kind of tight around here.
Yeah, no.
I actually want to show everyone this sculpture right here. This is actually the panel artist that just got off the stage. Her name's Nora Naranjo Morse. She's very, you know, well known around the Southwest area. She's from Santa Clara Pueblo. She actually created these sculptures with her grant funding, and they're burlap sculptures. So she recycled all of the material that she utilized in these sculptures. She got help from the community. She got help from elders. And if you go ahead and read into that blog that we have on the Indian Collective website, she actually goes a little more in depth into like how she achieved sewing these, you know, thick burlap pieces. And the way she referenced it was actually like sewing mantas. So if you've ever seen, you know, Pueblo regalia, the manta is a very significant piece in ceremonial dances, things like that. And so she was talking to us, telling us how, you know, the grandmas really came in and helped her with these pieces because sewing burlap was similar to sewing on mantas. And so those are very intricate embroidery pieces. And so this inspiration, you know, is she's part of her Gather project. And so we have two of her pieces here. I don't know if you might have seen the one in the corner. This is the one that's actually laying down, and it's a little more colorful, but it's just as beautiful as the one in the corner. And yeah, so you can come and see these pieces, and just the detail on what she was able to achieve is really amazing. And just how these artists were able to achieve what they've done with this grant is just, it's just something I can't even put into words, how much this grant has been able to fund these artists and what they're doing. So yeah, that's one of the pieces, and we'll go ahead and just keep moving around. But us as Indian Collective, you know, we have some special gear here as well. We have two of our people on our communications team that are actually here working their table. You can sign in, you can get a pamphlet to learn a little more about Indian Collective, get a free water bottle. We actually have a raffle going on as well. So when you come sign in, you know, you can enter your name to win a raffle. We have some cool items over here as well. separated by size, so it's really, really cool, really your preference on what you want to enter. We actually just gave out 2 prizes when this live started. So yeah, if you want to come and, get some sweaters, some t-shirts, some water bottles, this is the place to do it. Again, we're at Site Santa Fe, and come meet our members. We have a lot of staff from Indian Collective here, and you can come meet Brandy and Abby, and they're actually manning our table here at Site Santa Fe. So we're going to keep moving throughout the space. So as you come out of the panel discussions, you're going to come out to the courtyard area, and we have some artists that are actually set up. And we actually have Jackie Fawn in the corner. You saw some of her illustrations when we first started the live. And she's actually here giving out some of her coloring books. And then we also have a corner where you can, sit and color. You can do what you want. She's here with her family, and so her name is Fish Bear Studios. And yeah, we'll talk to Jackie a little more as we go live throughout the day. But we're going to go ahead and take you upstairs before we wrap up. So Site Santa Fe is really awesome, and it's really interactive. And so we have stuff on the bottom. We have our discussions going. We have, the corridor where Jackie's set up. And then up here, we actually have a creative resistance team. And they are engaged in, a live art demonstration. They're out here painting. They're, just doing it all. They're getting creative. They're doing what creative resistance does. And so you can come out here and help our creative resistance team as they put together this beautiful mural. It's a really big piece, and you can see some of our creative resistance team members getting down on some paint. So yeah, if you're, in the area, you want to do some paint, you want to get down with some of the artists that we have here, this is what's going on. And you come upstairs, Site Santa Fe. We have some of our Actions Creative Resistance team members here getting started. Community's totally welcome to come and help out. Ty's handing out some stickers. It's a little tight right there, so we'll come back and talk to them too, won't we? Yeah, this is where it's happening. It's in the corner. We're just going to keep on moving. We got some vendors for me, roastery, coffee. We also have some nonprofits here, the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women. Alyssa Correz is actually here, Miss Indian, New Mexico. She's here, with her coalition nonprofit organization. We have some of their team members as well, some of the staff here just giving out important information on how to protect our Indigenous women and young girls. They have some goodies here as well if you want to come get some information, get some good resources to help violence against Native women. And then we're just, again, navigating space. It's a little tight because people are coming to visit. Hi, let's wave at our camera. We're live right now.
Oh, dang, okay.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Do you mind talking to us?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay, cool. Maybe you can introduce yourself and just let us know, what what you're doing here today.
Okay, for sure. I can definitely do that. Hi, my name is Reddick Drone. I belong to the Pueblo of Isleta. I work with the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women. Sorry, I have no idea where to look.
Oh, you're good. Maybe it'll help if I can sit next to you.
No, you're good.
Yeah, sorry, that was awkward. I'm sorry.
You're good. I just thought it was funny. But yeah, I work with the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women. I work as our communications and policy coordinator. Like I said, we're based out of the Albuquerque area. We serve all 20 Pueblos and then the 2 Apache Nations and Navajo Nation.
Wow. And what are the 2 Apache Nations?
Hickoria and Mescalero.
Oh, that's dope. I'm Hickoria.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I'm half Hickoria and I'm half Kiwa Pueblo. So, yeah, it feels good to be back in space. But tell us some of the resources you have here, some of the goodies.
Yeah, for sure. I can give you folks a run over. So we've got PPE, so masks, and then we have hand sanitizer. One of them scented, the other is not. This one is citrus, I think is what it is. We have some awesome little baby shirts or little one shirts from an event that we had with Indigenous Women Rising, I think last week or the week before. And then our awesome stickers, Nourishing Our Roots for Healing, Safety is a Community Responsibility, Safety Sacred, all those awesome stickers. and then as well as information overuse. So we've got these ranging from intimate partner violence, LGBTQ, youth statistics, and MIW, a wide range of our advocacy stuff that we deal with.
Nice, that's amazing. And super glad to have you all here. I actually ran into Alyssa earlier, so I actually helped them haul their tent and everything up here. Yeah. Which was super funny because we were like hauling it up the stairs, and then we were like, wait, we have an elevator. So it's like, it was a whole thing, but it was super fun. Yeah, just good times with Alyssa. But yeah, if you're in the area, you want to check out Site Santa Fe, they're going to be here just providing some awesome information. So thank you, Ryan, for talking to us. And yeah, we'll be around the space, so don't be afraid to wave at our cameras and stuff like that. Thank you. Yeah, so like I said, we have some amazing vendors. We also have this relative over here who's, some amazing things, artwork, tapestry, yarn. And so he's a little busy right now, but like I said, we'll be going live throughout the day in between panel discussions, in between artist presentations. So we're going to, get a little more familiar with some of the people we weren't able to talk to today. But yeah, that's what's upstairs. So very interactive space if you want to go up and down the stairs. And it's, again, do some art, talk to some people, get some drinks, anything. We're all here all day. Our event is actually running it started at 11, and we're going to be going till 6 o'clock with the panel discussions and artist presentations. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to, go into our concert where we have various artists, some of them also part of the Radical Imagination grant. We have Marks Cassidy, we have Mike Jordan, we have Frank Wan. They're all going to be performing later, so definitely come check us out. We're here at Site Santa Fe all day until this evening. So with that, I guess we'll work back down to the panel space and just show you again what's up here at Site Santa Fe.
We do a lot of action work. We do a lot of in the field, on the ground, frontline work with communities. Also through not only just social justice, but like art, activism, that kind of thing. And yeah, it's pretty amazing how we've come to this point in all of our collective careers and disciplines. But right now, Indian Collective has provided us sort of this home to house all this amazing work that we've been doing over the past few years. Okay,
like I said, we'll come back up and talk to our creatives this team. They're a little busy right now, but we're going to work our way back down to the panel space. Wave to our camera.
Standing Rock, to, where we're at right now, which is continuing that fight and using creativity, using arts, using messaging, narratives, strategic planning, all these kinds of things as tools in our toolbox. And we have literal toolbox upstairs. So
we're back in the panel space.
What we're here to do is not only, facilitate creative resistance, but also exemplify that. And so we'll be upstairs sharing some of what we do. We have a silkscreen printing station up there. We have a paint by numbers mini mural that's designed by Jackie Fawn, who's an amazing artist and someone who's been part of our work for a very long time. A practitioner and an amazing, fine artist in their own right. So, we would like to invite everybody to come up, grab a brush, grab a squeegee, come make some art with us, have fun, and be creative and continue the resistance. Thank you.
Okay, cool. We'll do the first 4 questions, then we'll go to the video, and then after the video, we'll do some more conversation.
Images, I just wanted them to be like floating around.
Is that okay to have it?
Like
I don't think I can edit it because it is just kind of a pass through. It doesn't have any cues on it, you know. So you might be best if you just advance through. Just that's how I got the presentation. Yeah, but I'll pull it up.
And that's that there.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's water there for you as well. Okay. I'm waiting for the cue from our team. You ready? All right, welcome back, everyone, to our new guests here. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Radical Imagination Experience, hosted by Indian Collective. Also, if you've just gotten here, we're going to kick off our next panel conversation with 2 of our Radical Imagination artists, Nivia and Amadeo. Also, just letting you know, too, for our live stream viewers, if you're thinking of coming in, today's Radical Imagination Experience is a combination of panel conversations, artist presentations with 10 of our Radical Imagination artists from our 3rd cohort of Indian Collective Radical Imagination artists. And around the room, you'll notice around the perimeter of the room here, there are several tables set up from some of our Radical Imagination artists. They have some of their art laid out. There's some books that you could flip through. And so as you're hearing the conversation and you're inspired and you want to see and learn more, check out the areas around you. I think Nivia's is actually there right in the corner, and Amadeo's is in the back, who we're about to have this conversation with. And there's some monitors set up around the room where you can see some of their work in progress. You can see some previews, and also letting folks know too that there in the back corner, we have a table where you can sign up for drawings to win Indian Collective swag, and we'll be drawing throughout the course of the day. There's some t-shirts, some hoodies. There are water bottles and hats. There's also free water bottles for anyone here too. And so it's hot out here in Santa Fe. And so there's some waters over there. If you sign up for our Indian Collective email address or newsletter, add your email list and you could get a free water bottle there as well. We have artists and vendors set up outside. We have Jackie Fawn and IAIA right down here in the courtyard. Upstairs, we have some native vendors. We have some interactive art experiences. We have a mural that folks can all contribute to. If the kids are here, if you want to do some art, you can actually engage and participate in creating a mural by painting a tile for a mural of art created by Jackie Fawn, one of our artists. There's also some silk screen printing going on up there where you can create patches that can go on the back of jackets, or you can put them on anything, a bag. But these patches and the mural are being hosted by the Creative Resistance team, and the patches lift up 2 local fights of Indigenous people, the fight to protect Chaco Canyon and Oak Flat. So check that out if you didn't get a chance already. But next up, we're so excited to have our first panel conversation with 2 of our artists. Also, midway through this panel conversation, we're also going to be showing a video from Amadeo, and so we'll cut partway through. We're going to also be sharing some slides of Nivia's work, and we'll have some Q&A time at the end. And so with that, we'll go ahead and just kick things off, and we'll go around and do a quick round of introductions here with Nivia and Amadeo. So Nivia, we'll have you go ahead and go first. Tell us where you're from and about the work that you do.
Hi, Miyari. Hello, hola. My name is Nivia Toro. I am from Boriken. I am a potter and educator or teacher. I teach basic clay workshops in my community. I have been doing that for over 3 years now. Started during the pandemic, actually. Very interesting way of starting. And yeah, what was the other question?
Just to introduce yourself.
Okay.
You got it. You got it. Great. Well, so glad to have you here, Nivia. And then we'll go to Amadeo next. And also letting folks know we have an interpreter here with Amadeo, and so we'll go back and forth. We're so glad to have you here, Evelyn, to be interpreting for Amadeo. So Amadeo, please introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and just a little about your work.
Muy bien, buen día a todos, a todas. Mi nombre es Amadeo Colmay. vengo de la región centro de la península de Yucatán, México, y hoy con esta oportunidad de poder platicar con ustedes acerca de la milpa sustentable y de un proyecto de comunicación en el que estuve trabajando un buen tiempo y que pues esta es una oportunidad de dar a conocer parte de mi cultura aquí en estas benditas tierras de Santa Fe, en Nuevo México. Muchísimas gracias por su asistencia y para todos los que nos alcanzan a ver por las redes sociales.
Good morning, my name is Amadeo Colmay. It's going to be an honor for me to be here. Dígame otra vez en español. ¿Su nombre?
Amadeo Colmay.
Ajá. ¿De dónde es?
Soy de Peto, Yucatán, México.
He is from Peto, México, Yucatán.
Y soy campesino y comunicador.
It's a communicator.
Y agradezco la oportunidad de poder hablar un poco de mi cultura.
It's going to be an honor for him to talk about her culture.
De mi cultura y también para toda la gente de estas tierras.
And thank you for all the people to this land. And thank you for all the people who is watching us in the news, social media.
Thank you, Amadeo. Such an honor to have you here. And Amadeo has traveled a really long way to be here. And so we really are going to enjoy this conversation, hearing about how Amadeo utilizes the medium of broadcasting to talk about the work of and the culture and struggles of the Maya people, including milpa farming, which we'll be talking about a little more here today. And the name of today's panel is about having, hands in earth, because both Amadeo and Nivia work with earth in their art mediums. Nivia with clay, Amadeo with speaking about the milpa farming, the traditional farming method of the Mayan people. What's also really great about this panel is we're expanding beyond the colonial borders of what we know as the US and Mexico and Canada. And what we know is that colonization separated us. They put borders around our lands of what we know today as Turtle Island. We're speaking English, a colonizer language, because we were colonized by the English people. And so now we have these unique barriers to navigate with these colonized languages, but we're gonna do our best today. But it's really, really powerful to sit here with two people representing nations that are beyond what we know as the US, and to connect with other Indigenous people who are representing their communities and sharing some of their struggles and how they bring those struggles to light and help confront them with their art mediums. And so the next thing that I would like for each of you to talk about is, what are some of those challenges that are being faced by your community? So for Amadeo, you mentioned in the interview that we did with you leading up to this conversation, one of the challenges being fighting invisibility as a Mayan person. A lot of Indigenous people struggle with visibility and invisibility. Can you talk about what it's like to navigate that for you as a Mayan person? So yeah, navigating visibility and invisibility.
Amadeo, en tu entrevista nos compartiste algunas reflexiones sobre la del pueblo maya. ¿Cómo es navegar esa visibilidad e invisibilidad como persona y artista indígena? Acuérdese de corto para poder traducir. La visibilidad y a veces la invisibilidad del pueblo maya. ¿Cómo es navegar esa visibilidad e invisibilidad como persona y artista indígena?
Ku yantalupasta lili in tsikbatiktesh bashku taluyuchul yetel miatzil maya tile kinova. Me siento muy contento por esta oportunidad de hablarles de mi cultura.
It's very comfortable to talk about her culture.
Y en este caso sobre la visibilidad o la invisibilidad de mi pueblo, que desafortunadamente pues ha estado marginado.
In this case, with the visibility and invisibility for my pueblo, who is gonna be marginalized.
Y en el que pues ha estado, digamos, relegado y que pues como que carece de importancia lo que vive hoy en día.
Who it's gonna be marginalized and relegate, and he needs more culture.
Que no es atendido, padece de una...
We don't have the attendance, and we have needs to cover.
En la cultura y...
In our culture.
Y en las tradiciones.
In our traditions.
¿Algo más?
Thank you, Amadeo. Also, letting folks know too that we had a really great conversation with Amadeo leading up to this event, where it's translated into English, this Q&A interview. And so if you want to read more specifically about Amadeo's response and reflections to being invisibilized as a Mayan person, you can check out that blog on our website at indiancollective.org. But just some really powerful words that Amadeo shared in there about just as a Mayan person, you know, people tending to think of Mayans as a people of the past and thinking that they don't exist anymore when those villages exist. We exist, we are here, he said in that interview. It was really, really beautiful. And we can all probably relate to that as Indigenous people in our own ways, fighting visibility and invisibility. And art is a really important way to address that. Nivia, similarly, I'm curious what your experience is. Is it similar in Puerto Rico as an Indigenous person? Can you share some reflections about, you know, how people tend to think of Puerto Rico today as just simply Puerto Rican people when there's real Indigenous population there?
It's really interesting. So just recently, I was teaching a private lesson, and I mentioned some event that I was going to participate, Taino conference there on the island, the first one. And this student, really young student, looked at me in a really weird way because she was like, oh, but Indigenous Tainos are extinct. And I was like, oh, that idea is still around. We're heavily, heavily colonized, so that's the first struggle. We're still dealing with the United States colonization as of now, and before that we were colonized by Spain, so we speak Spanish and English mostly, or Spanglish, very beautiful mixture that it is slowly becoming like our own particular Creole, and some people are not being able to understand us, and for me that's a way to reappropriate and show our indigeneity through that. And it is hard sometimes to be acknowledged as an Indigenous person, so I often talk about Indigenous heritage because it's easier to swallow for the people there. Since we're so colonized, there's a very mixture of people. So some Boricuas are white, so, and it's hard for them to imagine or to understand that Indigenous peoples are still going, and we are, and they're folks practicing the culture and religious heritage of. So we're there. I am from the southwest of the island, so that part has not been as affected by colonization as the city. So for me, I've always considered myself a Jibara. That's like the evolution of the Taino, you can say. So people are more accepting of that. But the Jibaros are basically the indigenous people. And some don't really understand how that's our culture, and that's how that is us, because assimilation has been another struggle, and our government is not great either. So that's another layer, especially when with the situation with climate change. So we're constantly struck by hurricanes, and currently there's a lot of tornadoes going around, and the problem is how government responds to this. So it's very lacking. So it's up to the people. So we even have problems with water, and it's crazy because it is a tropical island. So we receive a lot of water. We have so many resources there, but water is contaminated, and there are some projects out there too. My dear friend and colleague Amadeo is also working with native clay to create a water filter to address that water insecurity issue. So there are some of the layers of the situations in Boriquen.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And just what some of the unique experiences are as a Taino person, but knowing that we can probably all relate on the idea of being invisibilized is really powerful too. Taino people exist in Puerto Rico still. You're here. You're living proof.
In the
Yes,
Caribbean.
throughout the Caribbean.
Yeah,
yes.
we're not just in Boriquen, we're in Quisqueya, we're in Cuba, we're just, we're a whole lot of folks. And I am also learning the language, Hiwatahia Taino, and it has been great to getting to know other people that are interested, and young folks too. So yeah, we're here, we're queer, and we exist.
Awesome. So Taino people exist, Mayan people exist, and both of their art mediums really lift up their communities in really powerful ways. Next, I want to go back over to Amadeo. We're going to hear how Amadeo utilizes broadcast to lift up struggles in the community, lift up culture, milpa farming in particular, and then we're going to go to a video to show some of Amadeo's work. And so, Amadeo, can you tell us about your work in broadcast and this film capsule project before, and then also tell us about the video we're about to see?
Muy bien. Tengo, pues, en el trabajo que voy desempeñando, como pues la mayoría de la población allá en mi zona, allá en la región, pues aparte que somos gente dedicada al trabajo del campo, también realizamos otro tipo de actividades. En este caso, pues he estado como comunicador difundiendo la lengua maya y pues lo que vive cotidianamente nuestra población. Como ellos, igual, muchos son campesinos y a la vez son constructores o albaniles, otros son gente que presta servicio de transporte en tricitaxi, mototaxi, otros que son campesinos y artesanos a la vez. Y pues todo esto forma parte de una gama de temas, de materiales, de comunicación para acompañar al pueblo, a la comunidad, a fortalecer su identidad y pues brindar este servicio en donde el vehículo principal es la lengua maya, que se habla en la península de Yucatán, que pues es entendible en todo el área, a pesar que hayan algunas variantes, pero pues nuestra lengua, la forma en la que nos comunicamos sigue siendo la lengua maya en todas nuestras actividades cotidianas y en este caso la milpa.
Lo estoy escribiendo.
Sí.
And welcome, Nicole. Thank you for waving in, another one of our interpreters and one of our Indian collective staff. So thank you, Nicole.
An honor to be here with such powerful people. Thank you, Sarah. Amadeo's response is the work that I have been doing in our zone, in our region, in the peninsula of the Mayan territory down south in Mexico, has been dedicated. A lot of our people are dedicated to the land, to the milpa, to the campo, and even though that's some of the work we do, we realize and do other activities as well. In this case, I'm a communicator. Mostly the communication that we do is in the Mayan language, and communicating to our listeners what we do every day as Mayan people. A lot of people are farmers or architects or construction workers or taxi drivers. Others are artisans and artists, and all of this forms part of the communication work that we do to accompany and support the community, to strengthen their work and to build power in the community. We offer this service and we use the Mayan language as our main vehicle. Most of our people in the region are fluent Mayan speakers of our language, and so we communicate in Mayan every day in all of the work that we do.
Thank you, Amadeo and Nicole, for translating. So what we often talk about with the Radical Imagination Grant is that art is not just a tangible medium. We think of art also as storytelling, being a communicator. So Amadeo, with broadcasting, takes that medium, takes radio, and shares important stories, produces stories, both on radio and video.
Okay. Sí, les comentaba que pues las actividades pues son múltiples en cada persona para pues sobrevivir en la zona, en la región. No solamente nos dedicamos a una actividad, pues cada persona busca otra forma de subsistir. Y en este caso, pues en mi experiencia como comunicador, pues he tenido la oportunidad de estar difundiendo los conocimientos tradicionales de nuestra cultura maya antepasada, de nuestra cultura maya actual, y tuve la oportunidad de producir una serie de cápsulas de radio con estos temas de la descolonización, que pues donde se habla precisamente de las cosas que ocurren hoy en día y que pues es importante cambiar. A esta serie de cápsulas le puse de nombre El retorno del jaguar negro, porque para nosotros el jaguar negro es un símbolo de nuestra cultura que representa el conocimiento, digamos, oscuro o el conocimiento que no queremos ver o que no queremos hacer. Y entonces en esta serie se da la oportunidad de poder platicar con artistas, con gente especializada en diversos temas para el cuidado de la naturaleza, para el cuidado del medio ambiente, gente que nos habla de la medicina tradicional, el lenguaje impuesto en este caso en castellano, donde las hierbas son denominados maleza, o sea, cuando son en su mayoría útiles para la medicina. Antes de la medicina de patente, nuestra farmacia es el campo. Entonces, temas de este tipo, también las que tienen que ver con el cuidado del agua dulce que se usa en los baños, en los sumideros, para que se descargue la suciedad, promoviendo el uso de letrinas para el cuidado del agua. Entonces, pues es una serie no muy larga, de 10 capítulos, en las que pues hablamos de estos temas. Aunado a esto, tuve la oportunidad de producir un video para darles a conocer, compartir con ustedes la milpa sustentable de los mayas peninsulares hoy en día, la cual pues en esta temporada, la actual temporada de lluvias, pues es donde se agudiza la sequía. Muy poca precipitación pluvial, pero esto no empezó hoy, esto empezó desde hace 30, 40 años, cuando se empiezan a implementar grandes proyectos que pues han aumentado la deforestación y por lo tanto la disminución del agua dulce que nosotros necesitamos para poder producir nuestros alimentos, principalmente el maíz, el frijol y la calabaza. Esta semilla que les presento es de un periodo largo de 4 meses. En 4 meses, si la precipitación pluvial es poca, pues no va a prosperar. Entonces, para nosotros es muy importante cuidar la naturaleza y detener todo lo que viene destruyendo nuestra selva, para que esto no se pierda, para que esta forma de vida del campo pues subsista, permanezca, las futuras generaciones la conozcan y se alimenten bien. Este es un maíz de 4 meses, se le llama tzitbacal en mi lengua maya. Es de un olote muy delgado, pero que tiene más maíz que olote. Este cumple un periodo, desde su siembra hasta su madurez. Este es un maíz cristalino, que pues se pone en riesgo con esta situación del clima hoy en día.
So I share some of the multiple activities that each person does to share, like, we can do cultural work or communications work, but we also have different jobs just to survive. So it's not only that we do one thing, but we find other ways to survive and pay the bills. In my case, as a communications person, I share the traditional practices of our Mayan culture in the past and in the present. I had the opportunity to produce a series of radio episodes with the theme of decolonization, sharing what we're living and what needs to be changed systematically. I use the return of the black jaguar as a symbol because in our culture represents the dark side or that side of the consciousness that we do not want to see. And in the series, we had the opportunity to talk with different artists and experts in different themes like land caretakers, environmental folks, medicine people, and we see the land as our pharmacy, and our medicines have been seen as negative by the colonizer. So one example is the theme of the sweet water is used to cleanse the spirit of bad energy. So we did a short series of 10 episodes, and we talk about these topics. I had the opportunity to do a video so we could share how the milpa, the land sustained the Mayan people in the peninsula. And in this time, we have rain, but there's a lot of big mega projects that are destroying the land, and therefore we are seeing with climate change and this destruction projects that the rainwater sometimes is less, and it's needed to grow our foods. And the seeds that he was sharing, that corn takes 4 months to grow, so you need rain, and if the rain is low, they won't prosper. And it's really important for us to continue taking care of the land, because everything that is destroying our forest and is destroying our way of life, and then the future generations will not get to know our way of life if we don't protect it.
Thank you, Amadeo. Thank you, Nicole. I think we can cut now to the video, and we'll get to see some video of the radio capsule work that Amadeo did.
The grandmother is finding a place to put the umbilical cord of her grandson that was just born. Looking for a tree. It's a specific tree that they need to find to put that umbilical cord. What it represents. And it represents the revival and rebirth of the new life to giving it back to the land. This is a traditional thing, what you all saw, where it's for the babies, and that represents how the baby's umbilical cord is connected to the land.
Hola, buen día. Nos encontramos en este lugar de la característico de la selva maya en la península de Yucatán, en la región centro-sur de la península de Yucatán. Estamos en este hermosísimo lugar con la finalidad de presentarles lo que tenemos aquí como selva,
So we could share what
que
we have
tenemos
here
aquí
in the
como
forest.
Monte Alto, con esta gran diversidad de especies que
With a
podemos
biodiversity of species.
encontrar y que aprendimos los nombres en maya desde
And we
la
know
infancia,
the Mayan
porque
names of
así
this
nos la transmitieron
plants.
nuestros padres, nuestros
That's
abuelos.
how our grandfathers and
Por
parents
ejemplo,
taught us.
me encuentro en medio de
For
un
example,
chacá.
I'm in the
es
middle
este.
of that
Y también
huachaca
está
tree.
el pochote.
And here's the pochote.
Esta especie de piñuelas, una especie silvestre comestible. Los
This is
frutos.
an edible wild
También
species.
Les presento a la manzana de esta
I
región,
present to you
que da
the
frutos
apple, the wild
pequeñitos,
apple of the region.
rojo,
It's a red apple,
y es conocido como guayate.
and it's known as
Como
guayate.
podemos ver, todas las especies
We
tienen nombre
see all the
en lengua
species, all
maya.
of them have their names.
Desde luego que no me las sé todas.
I don't
Se
know
habla
all
de
of
más de
them,
200 especies
but I know
que
over
conforman la
200
diversidad
species
de la selva maya.
of the Mayan forest.
Y aprovecho la ocasión para presentarles lo que tenemos aquí como selva,
I
porque
take the
sin
opportunity
esto
to present to you what we
no
have,
podemos tener
because without this, we can't
sin
have
esto
the
no
milpa.
podemos tener alimentación sustentable.
We cannot have
que es,
sustainable
precisamente
food sovereignty,
la plática que
and that's
tenemos
the conversations
con
we're
este
having
material.
in this material.
Y también comentarles que pues en nuestra región
Also
hay
sharing that in
una
a region,
diversidad de tipos de suelo.
there is a
Sin
diversity
embargo,
of
por lo
soils.
general estamos en un suelo muy delgado.
Right now we're in
pero
a
que
thin
cuando se
soil.
cuida la vegetación, pues podemos ver este monte como lo encontramos hoy. Este tiene un descanso alrededor de 100 años y cuando la vegetación pues descansa 20, 30, 40, 50 años, lo
This
que enriquece
soil
es el suelo
has not
para
been
el
destroyed in
cultivo
the last
de
100
nuestros
years.
alimentos, como es el maíz,
And what we see
el
that when
frijol,
the land hasn't been
la
destroyed in the
calabaza,
last 40,
los
60
tubérculos,
years,
más de
you start seeing all the
40
wild
especies.
native
De
species
aquí
be
viene la milpa.
reborn.
O sea, sin este monte no tenemos milpa
And without
sustentable.
this sacred forest, we don't
La
have
transmisión
the
de la
milpa, we
cultura,
don't have
entre
our
estas, la
farms.
cosmovisión de los ancestros, tiene que ver con una transferencia no solamente de conocimientos teóricos, es también de sentimientos, de deseos, de anhelos, de comunicación verbal y no verbal, pero sobre todo de éxito en la vida. Así había prevalecido hasta
So
hace 50 años el sistema de seguridad alimentaria del pueblo maya en la
that you
península
saw
de Yucatán,
are from San
mejor conocido
Bartolo,
como Umayajil Ichkol.
and they
Ich
represent
es
what
ojo o cara,
the
o dentro,
milpa represents to
interno.
us sacred,
Col significa milpa.
the
Entonces,
sacredness of the
dentro la
milpa,
milpa es común
which is
escuchar en
connected,
la
he
región.
was saying, to
En
the
otro lenguaje técnico también es
children being
conocido como
bored
rosa,
and
tumba
the
y
umbilical
quema.
cord being put down
Pero,
back in the
¿cómo
ground.
es
It's
la
all
milpa maya en
connected.
el centro sur de la península de Yucatán? Chacben Col, la milpa nueva. Sacap, la del segundo año o cañada. Uche Col, la que tiene varios años de estar estacionada en alguna superficie determinada, por lo general
So
emplanada
he's
o
sharing
cancabal.
like the different names for
Para
like a
disponer
first year
de reserva
milpa,
forestal.
a milpa that's been
Monte
there for
Alto
2
o
years,
adulto
a milpa
por
that's
muchos
been
años
there
más.
for 3
Hay
years.
comunidades que acuerdan trabajar por 5 años seguidos la milpa
There's
nueva.
some communities that work the
Es un
same
espacio
land
de
for
3 o
5
4
years
hectáreas
and then
libre de
before
hierbas,
switching to
arbustos y
another piece of
árboles
land
adultos,
to get renewed.
destinado para la siembra temporal de semillas para la alimentación humana y animal. Y se trabaja durante un año de acuerdo a la época y el clima. En cada actividad es costumbre las prácticas de ceremonias para los guardianes del
Ceremonies
monte,
for the
llamado
guardians
Ixacap.
of the land and the
Son
seeds
5
are
jícaras
done
de bebida
every
sagrada a
time.
base de maíz que se ofrenda a las deidades que cuidan el monte.
And so
A
the
Nojuchiuntzil,
offerings done
Dios
here, for
principal.
example, are for the
Ayumbalán,
deities
guardián
of
del monte.
that land,
Arushkat,
the
guardián de
different
los cerros y las
deities,
cavernas.
like the
Se les pide
wind, the
protección
people
para
that take care of the
que
caves,
durante los trabajos el campesino no sufra de algún accidente.
and
Se
to
le habla a
protect
los
the
árboles,
the
se les
farmers
hace
from
saber que
any
van a ser
accidents.
derribados, que no es un daño irracional, sino al contrario, ya que con sus retoños se les renovará la vida, volverán a ser niños, serán de nuevo jóvenes y seguirá la vida.
And the prayers also so
febrero y
that the
marzo,
people working the
durante la
land go
quema
back
se
to
espera al
being a
Señor del
their
fuego,
children in them, the
Yuncat,
child in them
no
comes
cualquier
out.
viento, sino al que viaja suave al ras del suelo, para que éste haga su trabajo. Con ofrenda del sacab, se le pide a todos los animales e insectos que se resguardan debajo de las hojarascas y la madera, a que se retiren del lugar, porque
And
viene
then
el Señor
the
del fuego.
offering that they're doing there is for the
Una vez
underground
concluida la
animals, so
quema,
that asking them
Se pide
to
al Señor del
not
fuego que enfríe
hurt
la
the
tierra.
milpa, to
Se
leave
esperan
that
las
place
primeras
for
lluvias y toda
that amount of
semilla se
time so
prepara
that they don't
para que
eat the
germine
crops.
y así se regenere la vida. Cabe aclarar que no son monocultivos de maíz.
They're not
La milpa maya está asociada a
mono
más de 40
croppings.
especies o variedades de tubérculos,
There's 40
hortalizas y
species just
leguminosas
in that piece of land
para
being
proteger la
planted,
humedad del suelo
and
y
it's to
devolver a
protect the
esta su
biodiversity
riqueza.
of that land, of
Se
the
trata de un
soil.
maizal enselvado, ashan, abundante como las gotas de lluvia
So
o
it kind
espesa
of
selva.
mirrors
En fin,
how the forest
una
grows,
imitación de la
how
selva
they do
natural.
the milpa.
Haciendo cuentas, podemos recoger 700 kilos de maíz por hectárea. No
Per,
las
eight,
10
per
toneladas de los
hectare, we
monocultivos de
can
maíz,
get 700
pero nos brinda
kilos
la
of
oportunidad de
corn.
recoger calabazas, sandías, frijoles,
But we also can
lentejas,
get all those
ñame,
other
chiles, otra
things,
diversidad de alimentos
foods.
en un mismo lugar.
All
Como
the
hemos podido
biodiversity in
escuchar,
just
este
1
modelo de
acre
producción
we can
alimentaria
eat
da
from.
vida saludable, pero no genera fortuna económica.
It
Por lo
doesn't
tanto,
generate
ha estado
economic
fuera de las
wealth.
expectativas de los intereses económicos en el rubro alimentario. Entonces, a pesar de ser un modelo altamente sustentable,
So even though it's a
carece del
sustainable,
interés de
highly
un vasto
sustainable
sector de la sociedad, su
model,
impulso
it
y
doesn't
preservación. Vemos
create
entonces que en los últimos
economic.
20 años ha disminuido el padrón de campesinos mayas.
And that's why a lot
Tan
of
solo en el estado de
farm
Yucatán, de
workers
12,000 que se
stop
tenían
doing
ha
it because
bajado
they
a
have to
8,000,
survive
ya que no se da un relevo
in this
generacional
capitalist
y los que aún
economy.
quedan en su mayoría ya tienen arriba de 50 años. La educación bajo el sistema milpa empieza desde los bebés en brazos.
The
donde te
education
empiezas a
of the milpa
a
begins when the
familiarizar con la
baby is
horquilla,
on
el
is a
poposh,
still a
el
baby in the
y
arms of
aprendemos
the
a
mother.
respetarlos y a tenerles cuidado. Pero la vida cambia cuando puedes disfrutar del aroma de una sabrosa jícama fresca que al quitarle la cáscara se cuartea por tanto jugo. Y entonces sí, la milpa está chévere. ¿O qué tal una sandía amarilla o un melón? No llenan, como decimos en el pueblo, satisface.
This is part of like the
No es
education
casualidad que no hayan libros
done
de
in
la milpa
communities so that
maya, pero ya es momento de empezar a escribirlas y dejar atrás
promoting
el
this in
colonialismo
communities so that people
o
don't leave the land
neocolonialismo
to go work
galopante.
for
Coincidentemente,
capitalism.
En los últimos 40 años se ha venido impulsando una política económica capitalista.
In the last 40 years, there's been an economic capitalist education happening in our communities.
Destruyendo sus formas de vida con
And people are
megaproyectos
leaving their ways
En
of
el caso de
life because of
Yucatán,
this
creando parques
extractive
eólicos, parques
projects
fotovoltaicos en
like
las tierras más fértiles de la región,
oil,
inversiones agroindustriales,
agroindustrial,
megagranjas porcícolas y avícolas, y el tren de la muerte
and the Tren Maya that's going to be the destruction of our way of
disminuyendo año
life.
con año la selva tropical. Ante todo este proceso, ¿dónde queda la milpa
So in this
sustentable?
process, where
Que
will
depende
the
de la
milpa
selva y
be?
la lluvia para completar el ciclo productivo. Lamentablemente no se le ve al hombre que sobrevive bajo la selva. Solo hay intereses sobre su territorio. La amenaza de la violencia y pérdida de la paz social. Como familias, comunidad y pueblo maya, tenemos que apostarle a la recuperación y práctica de la cosmovisión de nuestros antepasados, ya que el actual sistema impuesto como camisa de fuerza no nos viene ni nos queda, pero sí nos afecta gravemente. La milpa sustentable es libertad, es autonomía, es
The
armonía
milpa
comunitaria y con el medio ambiente.
means
Es
autonomy and it
aquí,
means
es
liberation.
Exigimos que el Estado y los otros sectores de la sociedad
We
respeten el derecho a la
We're saying to
autodeterminación de
governments,
nuestros
to
pueblos.
corporations,
Por
to
lo
respect
aislado
our
de
way
las
of
milpas,
lands,
el
to
nivel de
respect our
contagios
rights.
por la pandemia fueron más bajos en el campo que en la ciudad. Aún se conserva una gran diversidad de semillas que acompañan al maíz. Hay un creciente interés por documentar cada experiencia del campesino maya, ya que el conocimiento varía en cada
And there's an
microrregión,
opportunity to
así como
document this way
promover
of
el
life,
intercambio de semillas.
to document the
Hacer
milpa
es en
so that
esencia la
it's
defensa
communicated
pacífica
and
y sagrada
understood
del
and
territorio.
respected and the sacredness
También
of
la
it.
conservación de las semillas,
And also
la
the
toma
seed
de
saving
acuerdos en las asambleas
and the
comunitarias,
different ways of
uso de
governance, how we take
biofertilizantes sin
decisions in
mejoramiento
a
del suelo.
Congress, like a
Es
Congress.
reconectarse con la naturaleza, es ver de nuevo al árbol como un hermano, ver a la lluvia no como una tormenta,
And it's also
sino
seeing
como
the
una
rain
bendición, un sistema de
not as a
riego natural.
torment, but as
Es
a
fortalecer la espiritualidad entre
living
los reinos, retomar
being.
las ceremonias de los abuelos.
It's important
el
we
chachaco,
remember our
petición de lluvia,
ceremonies,
huachicol,
the teachings of our
agradecimiento por las
grandmothers and our
cosechas.
grandfathers,
Las ofrendas del sacabo, bebida sagrada a base de
the
maíz,
different
en
offerings that
cada
need to be
actividad de la
done,
milpa. Seguir usando las herramientas de menor
and
costo
that we
económico y
continue
ambiental.
using our tools, our
Hacha,
traditional
coa,
tools
machete,
that
lima,
don't
shur,
require a lot of
sembrador, y
extractivism,
fortalecer el cultivo de los
and
solares,
strengthen
el traspatio, el canché como alternativa
family
complementaria a lo
farms
que aporta la milpa. Mientras más selva,
as
más
well.
lluvia. A
If there's
mayor
more
riqueza
forest,
forestal,
there's more
mayor
rain.
disponibilidad de alimentos. La milpa maya no es un capricho, es
This
una
is-
forma de vida digna,
This
libre,
is not a
independiente,
capricho,
educativa,
but it's a
espiritual.
dignified
Conexión
way
directa
of
entre el corazón
living.
del cielo y el corazón de la tierra. Que esta oportunidad de hablar de la milpa maya también
This opportunity to
sea un
talk about
homenaje
the
a los
milpa
que ofrendaron su vida en su protección y el
is
mejoramiento
honoring
de las
all
semillas
those
de
that
maíz
have
en el
died
sur
to
del
protect
estado de
this way of
Yucatán.
life and sacrificed
Bernardino
their
Canul
lives so that we
y
could have
Rufino
it.
Chicanul, ya que con sus vidas y trabajo nos
Because of their
demostraron que
work
el mejor banco de semillas está en el campo y
and their
no en
life.
los cuartos fríos.
We can do this.
NIP, hola, NDN. Gracias, NDN.
Thank you, Indian.
Agradecimientos al colectivo
Thank you to
NDN por
Indian
su apoyo
Collective for your
para la
support
producción de este
for the production
audiovisual.
of this audiovisual
Una realización de Amadeo Colmay.
made by Amadeo.
Dólar, con rebosado aliento.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Amadeo and Nicole, for translating. Amadeo has been doing the work of broadcasting and storytelling for 30 years. And so really an honor to see their work reflected and to hear their reflections on what it means to carry that responsibility of documenting the lifeways of your people that are actively under attack. And we saw a reference there to Tren Maya, or the Mayan train, which is a massive construction project taking place on the Yucatan Peninsula that is threatening Mayan communities, Mayan lands, the Mayan cenotes, their water sources. And actually there were some of our team who was just recently down there on the Yucatan Peninsula supporting our Mayan relatives. And so it was great to hear some of that in your story and video as well. We know that, you know, the Yucatan Peninsula is a major tourist destination, and tourism in many of these places threaten our lands, threaten our lifeways, while our people are actively trying to maintain traditions. And I just wanted to ask one more question to you, Amadeo, about the capsule. So you've been a broadcaster for 30 years, a storyteller. What has been the response from your community to the capsules?
Sí, sí, muy bien. Primero comentarles que la radio es del Estado mexicano, de la institución que se llama Instituto Nacional de Pueblos Indígenas, que atiende a la población indígena del país, y que pues en México tiene más de 20 radiodifusoras, desde Baja California hasta la península de Yucatán. Y en el caso de la radio donde yo colaboré para hacer estas cápsulas, llega a un público potencial de más de 500,000 de radioescuchas maya hablantes, y está en la red nacional. A nivel nacional se calcula que también hay un auditorio potencial de alrededor de 20 millones de personas, ¿no? Este proyecto surge cuando estaba, bueno, por concluir lo fuerte de la pandemia, y precisamente para motivar la reflexión entre la población. Afortunadamente, pues hemos tenido respuesta o retroalimentación del auditorio. Allá en la mesa podemos ver las artesanías que producen los campesinos, porque como les decía hace un momento, el campesino no solamente se dedica a las labores del campo, también se apoya en otras actividades como la apicultura. Pudimos ver en el video la actividad apícola de los campesinos, y también pues el campesino es artesano. Estos jaguares que vemos en la mesa son hechos de cedro rojo del señor. Trabajo es de un artesano de la comunidad de Cancapzonot, don Ruperto Balán, se llama este señor, y que se inspiró por estas cápsulas que precisamente le llamamos el jaguar negro, el retorno del jaguar negro, y pues él, en honor a estas cápsulas, hace estos trabajos. No solamente estos, hace una diversidad de trabajos por su cercanía allá en la antigua ciudad de Chichén Itzá, en la comunidad de Cancapzonot, un poco al oriente del estado, donde alcanza a llegar la señal de la radio.
Well, first of all, I guess this radio is not like fully autonomous. It's a radio of the Mexican state, of the Institute of Indigenous Peoples, and is for Indigenous peoples. In Mexico, it has over 20 radios in all of the country. In the radio I collaborated, it reaches 500,000 of Mayan speakers, but nationally it reaches 20 million listeners. This project comes out when the COVID pandemic was quote unquote ending, to reflect as a community our way of life. And we have had a lot of feedback from our community listeners. On the table, we can see, on the table back there, you can see some of the art that the campesinos, and campesinos are small scale farmers. What some of the art that campesinos do, like I was saying, they're not only farmers, but they're also beekeepers, they're also artists. And the jaguares that we see in the table is made from red cedar by an artist in the community called Don Ruperto Balán. he got inspired by the episodes, by the capsules called "The Return of the Black Jaguar," and in honor of the capsules, began doing this work to support it. And so we've seen a lot of that work in community by the inspiration of these capsules.
Thank you, Amadeo and Nicole. So we'll go over to Nivia now to share some about your work with this Radical Imagination Grant and your work with clay. And I think we can cue up those slides now too, so as Nivia is talking about her work, she can go through some of those slides. So tell us about your work, Nivia.
Yeah, so I started working with clay in 2018 because I wanted to find a way to work with my generalized anxiety, and not really knowing that I had some ability to work with the medium. So I have to admit that there is some things that I understand of the medium that are hard to translate or to teach. So there's a little bit of that. And I found a passion. I really connected with the medium. I understood that I was also connecting with Mother through clay. So I started to engage in more with it. And I study comparative literature. I have both a master's degree and a bachelor's degree in it. And my goal was to become a professor. Like, I wanted to do a PhD and all of that. But then I got disappointed with academia. And so I just decided to keep on engaging with clay and learning on my own and reading a lot. And one day during the pandemic, a couple of friends insisted that I should teach them because they were going nuts, and they knew that I have been an educator for many years, since 2011. Really, like when I was doing my bachelor's degree, I started tutoring in Spanish and poetry, like students in like very elementary and intermediate and levels, and they knew that I loved teaching. So that's how I started teaching. It was it felt prohibited, but we were friends, and we were all like, it was in 2020, the middle of the pandemic. It was July and June, July. So it was kind of scary, but we all like separated and we agreed to only meet. And then as things got a little bit more flexible, I started inviting more people, and I set up 4 tables and more than 6 feet apart, and everybody had their masks on, and everybody needed to be in good health as they felt in good health at least. And I was running through the places, and it was really interesting. But then I realized how artists are first responders too. Like we were not being taken care of. And I decided to take that upon myself. And yeah, so this is some of my work. I work with the wheel, and I also work hand building with the native traditions of pinch pot and coiling pieces. These pieces in particular are made in the wheel, and I live on an island, on an archipelago, Boriquen, or now known as Puerto Rico, or that's the colonizer name. And so the sea inspires me a lot. This is a 2-foot sculpture. I call it Borijeva. That means that she is from Boriquen, and she is really astonishingly beautiful. She's a thick, representing a thick feminine body, or feminized body, and the color that you see there is slip from native clay. So it's really, really red. I fired like that. So this is another of my, some people say that it's my signature, I guess. So yeah, I do this a lot because a lot of people enjoy it, and I actually enjoy putting each of those little octopus suckers. That's a meditative work, to be able to put them and stay on and to look like that. This is my signature. This is me teaching a person. This was, I think it was in 2022. And I was invited to this place where I could set up a table, and also if I wanted to do demonstrations and teach, I could do it. And I had a couple of folks come. This place is for queer people, and it was really beautiful to see how my queer community also wants to engage with clay and how powerful and healing it is for it. This is me making a little bottle. I love bottles. So this is a little cup that I actually brought with me, made with native clay. It is a recipe that my colleague Amara created, and she asked me to wheel throw. And it was fired in her gas kiln, so it has like some really beautiful flashes from that firing. So you go ahead and grab it and look at it. This is like an installation. So Amara and me, we've been doing a lot of experiments on my kiln, and this was kind of it was a failure-ish, but we learned so much from it, and I wanted to share that. So we tried to create this glaze from scratch, and we didn't do it correctly, and it ruined the shelf, but you can appreciate how the clay looks with some of the glaze that we did, and it kind of looks interesting. This is one of my favorite classes. I call it co-creando, so that means to co-create. I did it for Valentine's, and I did it for Mother's Day too. So it had a great response. A lot of people loved to join with a partner or their moms and to create. We created like little sets of mug and spoon and a little plate, and that's part of the people that come to my workshops. They're really young, they're really interested in learning to work with clay just for fun sometimes, but oftentimes they want to do something more, they want to engage more. And I do receive a lot of queer folks, and something radical that I do in my classes is that I always ask people's pronouns, and in my context, it's still weird for people to ask that. And since I am a queer person, my pronouns are she, they, and I also receive a lot of queer folks. For me, it's such an important thing to talk about, even if it's briefly. And I have noticed how there's a lot of resistance in talking about pronouns. They feel like it's something bad, and a pronoun is just the substitution of your name. So sometimes I have to engage into that conversation of, if you don't understand what a pronoun is, let's talk a little bit about that. And I can see how queer folks are relieved from having a space that will respect them and consider them and acknowledge them. So this is me, my hands working on a pinch pot, working on the wheel. I did a collaboration with a bar. This is some of the native clay that Amara Abdals collects, and this was her studio. There are some well-thrown pots that I did, and then another of her teachers was there and created the plates, and those were, I think, pomegranates from her garden. We had a lot of fun that day. And this is this is a setup during the pandemic times. This was when, was it the end of 2021? I can't really remember. It was probably the end of 2021. And I only sat people that were in the same house group. And it was interesting. I was teaching a glaze class. So the studio now looks very different. It's the setup is more homey. And this is the last picture that looks like forbidden chocolate, and that is native clay thrown on the wheel at Amara's studio. So Amara, you should check out her project. It's called Tierra Filtra too, Tierra Filtra. And it is a very powerful work too, and I have learned so much. I have fallen in love with native clay through her work, and it's very inspiring to learn how to gather the native clay in ways that are not damaging to the land. We try to collect it from landslides, mostly because we have a lot of nature disasters or like a lot of rains and hurricanes. So I have learned about that. And that's a little bit of what I do. Yeah.
Thank you, Nivea. That was just stunning and mesmerizing and calming just to even see the clay on the wheel. And I love to hear your reflections on how it's been a way to access, you know, a stronger mental health, a stronger mental state by having your hands in that clay and in that earth. And just, like I said, seeing that on the wheel felt really good. Also just knowing how you engage different conversations while in the process of creating something. You mentioned you've gotten into literature, now you're into clay. Have you thought of exploring any other art mediums?
I love clay and I want to keep exploring it like deeply. I haven't really thought of other mediums. Sometimes I have a friend that works with wood, and sometimes I'm like, ooh, wood looks interesting. But I am very focused on clay and literature. I still do a lot of research and read a lot. So I like to think of myself as an interdisciplinary artist rather than a multidisciplinary artist. And clay is infinite. So I think I want to say that it's impossible to get bored or just to hate clay once it's addicting. Like there's this collective knowledge of once you touch clay, you just want to do it all the time. And I always think, this is why I am so inspired by it. I feel like you're literally connected with mother. And when I say that, it's that you're connecting with your roots. You're connecting back to the place where you were. Both in a philosophical and a literal way, like to be in the womb. So a lot of people, especially where I'm in a city environment, and they don't really have a lot of nature to go and connect with. So to connect with clay, working with art, is the best way to do it. And also connecting, to work with clay, you have to be very present. You cannot be on your phone, really. Maybe I sometimes watch Netflix while I will throw, but that's something that got to be like when you're starting to produce a lot of things of the same thing, you can kind of just work with your hands and your body. There's some muscle memory. But when you really want to engage with what you're doing and you're not just producing, because there's also the business aspect. So when you just want to create art because you want to channel something or you just want to like pray, you have to be very present.
When you were talking about like the hands in clay too, it made me think of even just the popularity of things like kinetic sand for our kids these days. It's so calming to but imagine touching your hands to actual natural earth and natural clay, creating something too. And so there's something there obviously really healing and important, but that the true minerals of natural earth and clay, it was just amazing to see. I think that was one of your natural clays there as well, right?
That's native clay. That's a recipe. So it's a mixture of a couple of clays from the archipelago. It's really creamy and soft and silky. You can kind of appreciate that. It was a joy to throw, and I have some of that with me. So if you want to like.
That's right, you do. Is it back there at your table?
Yeah,
the
it's
clay?
back there, and it's welcome. You're welcome to play with it and touch it. And then there's some buckets where you can rinse your hands, so it'll be all right.
Yeah. So Nivia's table is right back here. You can see some of her clay set up, and there are two buckets. There's a bucket with the clay. There's a bucket, I think, for you to wash your hands as well, and then some paper towel. So get your hands in that clay, and that's clay that you brought with you, right?
Yeah, that was a recipe that Amadeo did, and we left it. She did it in my studio. She was teaching a class, and a lot of students helped process that clay, and we let it to cure a couple of months, so it's really nice. It's really plastic. So the plastic element is the ability of clay to maintain its form, so you can really like create things with it. And yeah, I brought some of that beautiful cured clay. That it also has a particular smell. So if you're like me that likes to smell things in nature, you go ahead and can smell it too.
Amazing. Clay from Puerto Rico all the way here with us, so check it out. What a treat. All right, well, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to wrap up here and just go with one more question, but we're going to wrap up here shortly. Just wanted to let folks know we are going to open up the floor for some Q&A for Amadeo and Nivia as well. And just a reminder, Amadeo's display table is in the very back and Nivia is over there. But just to close out too, can you share with us what the Radical Imagination Artist Grant allowed you to focus on in the past or in your year of receiving the grant? You both were obviously artists and doing this work, storytellers, before receiving the grant, but how has that helped your work or allowed you to focus in unique, different ways on your purpose with that medium? And we can go to Amadeo first.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Pues efectivamente este apoyo me permitió hacer lo que me gusta, la misión que siento y que percibía desde la infancia, desde mi niñez, poder compartir parte de lo que es mi cultura, que está ligada a la cultura ancestral, como hemos podido ver en alguna de estas imágenes, y que se mantiene esa conexión antigua de nuestra cultura maya con la cultura maya actual, y que pues efectivamente me ha hecho sentir bien, o sea, hacer lo que me gusta, decir lo que siento que se debe decir, y pues sobre todo que pues es una acción el que exista un organismo que pudiese apoyar los procesos de desarrollo de otros pueblos, es algo loable, habla de un humanismo en medio de situaciones complicadas hoy en día, pero que es un aliciente para poder hacer algo por nuestras comunidades. Muchísimas de las cosas se pueden resolver con información. Cuando desconocemos algo, pues muchas veces no lo valoramos, o en lugar de valorarlo lo destruimos. Sin embargo, pues esta interrelación entre pueblos, entre comunidades indígenas, creo que nos puede enriquecer, abrir otros horizontes para pues beneficio de nuestra comunidad. No estamos solos, alguien necesita de nuestra capacidad, de nuestra aportación, y qué bueno que exista este tipo de apoyo para la gente que trae dentro de sí algo para pues mejorar nuestra estancia en este mundo.
Thank you for the question. Effectively, this grant and support allow me to do what I love, the mission that I feel and that I have persevered and followed since I was a child, to share part of my culture that is linked to our ancestral culture, like we can see in these images, that it's connected to our ancestral Mayan culture and to our present Mayan culture. Our ancestral Mayan culture is linked to our present Mayan culture. And it makes me feel really good to do what I love and say what I feel needs to be communicated. And mostly, it's an action that there is an organism that can support the processes of development in communities. We can talk about complicated problems, but talking about them is an opportunity to talk about the solutions. A lot of things and problems can be resolved by communication and education if we don't love or understand something, we won't defend it. And I see an interconnection between communities that can help open our horizons. And I see that we're not alone, and also see that someone needs from us. And so it's really good to have people that in their heart is there to support people doing this work, and that this type of grants is available to our people.
Thank you, Amadeo. And then we'll go to you next, Nivia.
Wow. So the grant helped me in so many ways. To be able to focus also in what I was loving and to offer it to more people. I also got equipment and more tools to be able to get to more folks. And so that year was when my mother passed, so it helped me to focus on giving back to my people and to also be embracing being unapologetically Indigenous. That was something that I was shy, I have to admit. I was really shy, and then to be able to just be acknowledged as an Indigenous person, because it is invisibilizing, right? Is that the word? Yeah. I always felt weird about like where I would sit there, but then just being this radical imagination artist, like, yes, of course you are, embrace it. So I embraced that. I started to teach a lot more about that, and just not being afraid to talk the important topics that range it from everything about the arts and our identities and about climate change and how to work with clay in sustainable ways, and to educate myself to be able to keep on educating my communities. So I also, even though I am a young potter, considering, I have been focusing since 2019 full time, so that's a little bit of a difference when you're 20 years every Saturday versus 5 years every day, because I consume a lot of clay knowledge. I'm hyper-focused, basically, so if you're familiar with ADHD people, we do that. We hyper-focus, and sometimes I'm scared that I'm gonna unfocus, but like I said, clay is infinite, so if I just get tired of creating, I can continue to teach. I can teach online. I am very passionate about firing, so I can create workshops online if that's gonna be the thing. Like it's gonna be okay. So to be able to explore all of that, and also it allowed me the opportunity to go to this annual conference with the NCCA, or National Council on Education for the Ceramic Arts. I went for the first time thanks to the grant, and it was held in Sacramento, California. It was great. I had a lot of fun, and I felt like I belonged. And interestingly, one of the topics of the conference was belonging, and I really felt that I belonged. And next year, I decided to talk about how to be a ceramic artist in Boriquen. It's a radical imagination project, and there are many radical imagination projects going on there. Just to create art on colonized land is a political act of defiance too. So I was a presenter this year at this conference that was held in Ohio, and I got to talk about my land. And it was so powerful because somebody asked me how politics were reflected in my work. Well, sometimes it is literal. You can actually see some things that I wrote on clay. Now I'm forgetting my English. I'm sorry. Trying to address problems that are happening, like our governor that year in 2019. A lot of protests were held. We have a really huge problem with femicides, and sometimes that's very little, but other times it's just like beautiful work or teaching. And how is that political? Well, being on Ohio, talking about how I create work on colonized land, just my existence there, taking up that space is very political. So it was great to have that opportunity, and yeah.
Thank Thank you, Nivia and Amadeo. It's been an honor visiting with you both on this panel, and an honor to support your work, and wish you both the best as you continue to do your work for the land and for the people. And a reminder, their tables are set up around the room if you want to check out their work a little bit more. So now we'll go ahead and take some questions from the crowd. Does anybody have any questions for Nivia or Amadeo? We'll take a couple and then we'll move to our next. Okay, we'll go to you in back there.
So sometimes I do work with children, but I rather bring other teachers that are more familiar with kids. I am more familiar with adults, so I do that. But I try to gather some teachers that actually have a lot of experience and know how to manage it. And I have held a little campamento de verano. That's a summer camp for kids, and it was great. Yeah, it is so beautiful to see kids engaging with clay. They are the more intuitive. As I have to remind adults that clay is an intuitive work, and I'm just a guide. I don't think there are rules for creating art in clay. That's the medium I know of. I don't know other mediums. I don't really think there are rules. The only thing that has some rules maybe is firing, because there's like physics involved and chemistry. Maybe it all depends where you're sitting also. So to see kids is to see how you are really supposed, I would say, to work with clay and just create the little animals or monsters that you want to create it.
Thank you, Nivia. And then any other questions, or were you up next?
No, I'm the.
Oh, okay.
The mic
Okay.
woman.
Any other questions for Nivia or Amadeo? I thought you had a question, Auntie Gabby. All right, well, we'll go ahead and wrap up. Thank you so much to Nivia and Amadeo for sharing your work, and a reminder to folks tuning in on our live stream that you can hear more from both Nivia and Amadeo in the Q&A interview that our team conducted with them on our website. We'll drop that link in the chat for folks watching on the live stream. And for people here, if you want to read more conversation with Amadeo and Nivia, you can go to endiancollective.org and check out those conversations, where both of them share more detail about their work. And there are interviews actually with all 10 of our Radical Imagination artists there as well. So thank you so much, everyone. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break and change the set. So if you're just coming into the space new, reminder that there's a lot of different things going on in this main area. This is where our panels and conversations and artist presentations are taking place. Upstairs is our creative resistance team, where you can do some interactive art. You can contribute to this large mural project by painting a tile. There are some silk screen station setups you can set up, or so you can do some silk screen prints of patches that you can put on the back of your denim jacket or on your skirt, lifting up local fights for protecting Chaco Canyon and Oak Flat. There's also a bunch of native vendors and grassroots organizations set up there as well. Around the perimeter of the room are all of the artists' tables, where they have some more of their art that you can engage with. So yeah, we'll break and then we'll come back. Thanks so much, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brandy Calabaza, Hickory Apache and Kiowa Pueblo, tuning back in from Site Santa Fe here at our Radical Imagination Experience event happening all day. We just wrapped panel number 2 with two of our Radical Imagination artists, Amadeo coming from the Yucatan Peninsula, who's Mayan radio host, did wonderful things with his grant. And then we had Nivia, who we talked to earlier while we were in our live stream walking around, showing you the space. So they just wrapped their panel. And so now we're taking a short break. We definitely want to bring you back into our space, what we have going on here. We're going to talk to a few people. So we actually have 2 people on deck that I'm really excited to talk to. It's Gabby Strong. She's our director of Indian grant making. And then we also have Jackie Fawn. Jackie Fawn is here interviewing, selling her coloring books, things like that. So we're super excited to talk to her for a little bit. But while we're on break, we're going to go ahead and, bring in these people and just give you a little more information on our grants, our foundation work that we do at Indian Collective, and also just bump up and highlight one of our artists, Jackie Fawn. So we're going to go ahead and head this way to Jackie. And she's, out here grinding. She's getting rid of, she has a coloring book series. We're live. And so we're gonna come over here to Jackie. As you see, she's selling her coloring books here. So if you're in the area and you want to get your hands on some of her coloring books, we definitely encourage you to come and check it out. She has a pretty cool table. So we're just gonna go ahead and wait till she's done selling to her customer, and we're gonna go ahead and talk to her. But in the meantime, like I mentioned, we have 2 panel discussions that just wrapped. We're going to go ahead and move into an artist presentation after this, and that's going to be really awesome. So if you're in the area, Site Santa Fe, come check us out. We'll be here all day till 5 o'clock, and then we're going to be converting the space to go into our free concert. And if you haven't RSVP'd for that, you can go ahead and find us on Eventbrite, Radical Imagination Experience, and you can go ahead and RSVP for those free tickets. It is required at the doors, so if you want to go ahead and hop in there and put your name in, the amount of tickets you want, you can go ahead and do that. But yeah, we have some cool things going on. Like I said, we have our creative resistance up the stairs, so if you want to check it out, they're up there. They're doing some really cool art making. So if you want to get down and paint, get down on some panels, they're painting some panels and putting them together on this canvas. So you can come in here. It's kind of like a big coloring book. So if you're interested in coming doing some live art, that's the place to do it. And yeah, so Jackie's a little busy right now, so we're just kind of just waiting around. But yeah, like I said, we have some amazing things going on. We're highlighting our Radical Imagination artists on 2021 cohort. And yeah, everything they're presenting on today are the projects that they all fulfilled with their grant funding. And so we have, again, Jackie Fawn. We just wrapped with Nivia. Toro Lopez, who's a clay potter. Amadeo, which is a radio host. And then we're going into our art presentation pretty soon. So you have, let's say, enough time to get down here. We're starting again at 2:30, so if you're in the Santa Fe area for Santa Fe Indian Market, we definitely want to see you. So I guess we can go upstairs and talk to Creative Resistance. Let's go this way. It's kind of a tight staircase. So. Sorry. We have a big rig. So we have Jake. Sorry, we have one person. But you can see here, they're all set up in the corner, top staircase of Site Santa Fe. They're creating this cool painting behind us. They're little panel pieces that they're putting up together. And here we have one of our creative resistance artists, Jake. Hey, how's it going? Oh, cool. You got a lot accomplished here.
I did. All in a day's work.
Yeah, so if you want to introduce yourself and just tell us what you do up here.
Okay. Whoa. Never seen one of these before. Hey, my name is Jake Frawa. I'm an artist. I work for Indian Collective. I'm the Creative Resistance Coordinator. It's kind of a mouthful. My pronouns are he, him. I'm from Jemez Pueblo, New Mexico. And yeah, just out here in the hot sun, just working for the people. We have a station set up here where we're doing some mural work. And we're also doing some screen printing in a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. So some hands-on interactive learning, and we're just here to share a little bit of our work with the people. A little bit of background with Creative Resistance. It's about giving the tools and the skills to our people, and that might be painting, it might be screen printing, it might be visual strategic planning, but it's all under the guise of people power, and it's something that we always love to talk about. It's something that we always love to express, and not only in our work life, but in our personal lives. You know, we live, eat, breathe this stuff. So we're here. Come on down. Come throw some paint. We're here till 5 o'clock, I believe, and yeah, just excited to contribute. And it's about the people. It's about sharing these skills so that when we're long gone, these skills continue to exist, you know, in our communities, and so this is a little bit of that. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
And that is, I know you're good. Jake had to have his moment. But like, yeah, like you mentioned, this isn't the first piece that Creative Resistance has done in the Southwest region. They've definitely been traveling across Turtle Island doing different pieces like this. So definitely encourage the community to come out and check it out. And you mentioned silk screen printing. Does the audience need to bring anything? Are you providing materials?
Just bring clothes that you're ready to get, you know, dirty. But I think we might have some aprons. I'm not sure on that. Don't quote me. But it is a little messy. We got some tarps and drop cloth laying down. So yeah, just be prepared to have fun is the main thing.
Cool. Well, thanks, Jake. We really appreciate you talking to us. And again, our Creative Resistance team is here all day until 5 o'clock. And yeah, they're doing some awesome painting. I don't know if you want to get what they're doing well then. And yeah, you know, they have different pieces that they're putting together right now. They're off the wall. But we're definitely encouraging people to come out and help paint this mural that they have to protect, you know, the greater Chaco Canyon. That's the kind of work that we're really working for. And so come out, join us if you feel like getting creative. Our Creative Resistance team really wants to see you out here. And we definitely want to, you know, engage with the community while we're here at Site Santa Fe. So if you're not doing anything, you want something to do, it's a free all-day immersive experience. They're getting ready to start the silk screen printing. And they have some awesome items here. Jake just handed me one, but they have pencils, these cool little pencils that say Creative Resistance. In the back it says, "It's not about you." And again, this piece that they're painting behind our cameraman is actually the greater Chaco region. So definitely want to, you know, keep protecting Chaco Canyon. We also have some cool Creative Resistance stickers. This is, you know, original artwork by our Creative Resistance team. And there's a wonderful group of artists that we have here at Indian Collective, and they'd love to see you come out. So again, they're getting ready to start some silk screen printing. So if you have any shirts, tote bags, bandanas, anything that you want to have some of their artwork. I believe they're doing this same image to protect greater Chaco Canyon, and then they're doing another one for bear's ears. But yeah, you know, this is where everyone's hanging out. They got some tea and coffee right next to them, and we definitely want to see you out here. We want to see you help these people, our creative artists, get this mural done. And so you see one of our Creative Resistance artists, Tyler Wade, definitely talking up people. We definitely, again, want to see you out here, so come out here, help us out. There's still a lot of painting that needs to be done, so yeah, come through, throw down with our team. Bring your kids, bring your family, just bring everyone, and we're gonna, you know, have a lot of fun here until 5 o'clock. It's a beautiful mural going on right now, and you can see this is the bigger piece that they're working towards. But you know, they're taking the panels off one by one and letting people go through and paint those pieces. Definitely very interactive, where you can create your own colors of paints. So definitely giving creative energy and creative creative leads, to the people coming up here, community members doing this. So yeah, definitely come out here, join our creative resistance team. We're here all day until 5 o'clock. Again, silk screen printing, bring any shirts, tote bags, stuff you want to, have this amazing artwork on. So with that, we'll go ahead and take you back downstairs as we get ready for our next artist presentation. We have some awesome vendors here too, so I definitely encourage you to come out, buy some of their artwork, support your local artists. I know, Santa Fe Indian Market is all about supporting your local artists, and we definitely want to do our part in supporting each and every one of these radical imagination artists. Hi, we're live. Is that okay? Yeah, we got we're live. Hi. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You?
I'm having an amazing time here.
Awesome. Yeah, I saw you bringing.
Been.
Really? This is your first time? Yeah. Awesome. Well, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Maxine Dybert, and I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska. I got in last night, and it was like an 18-hour flight. Yeah, I'm here with my sister-in-law, Princess Johnson, and just having a great time in Alaska. I'm in the state legislature as a representative, and I have my master's in art and teaching, so this has all been an amazing adventure. I got my art degree from Lesley University.
Wow, that's awesome. So how does it feel to be in a space where it's just, supporting the work of all of our artists, especially our grantees?
Yes, it's my heart is full, my soul is full of just seeing all of these talented Native Indigenous people who are just sharing their talent with the rest of the world, that we have a place here, and we deserve to be here and to have our voice heard, our stories heard, our hurts and our sorrows, but also just rejoicing in what we have to share and who we are as people.
Yeah, definitely that creative energy, right? And I think that's something that's really important about these panel discussions going on, is just that fact that it's in us as Indigenous people to create our lived experience and put it into something that is like what Jackie Fawn has here. And so thank you so much for joining us. I wish we could talk more, but we're actually getting ready to cut back to our main feed. But yeah, thank you for joining us.
It's amazing.
Thank you so much. We'll see you. So with that, we're getting ready to go back into our main live feed. And with that, we're getting ready to go into an artist presentation. So if you're in the Santa Fe area, you're here for Santa Fe Indian Market, you want something free to do for the afternoon, definitely join us at Site Santa Fe. Again, we're here all day. We have artist presentations, artist panels going on till 5. And then from there, we're going to be converting the space for our free concert this evening starting at 6 o'clock. We have Mike Jordan, Marks Cassidy, Dakota Camacho. We definitely want to see you out here and representing our Indigenous artists. So with that, we're going to go ahead and send it back to our main feed as we get ready for the next artist presentation. But we'll see you again here shortly, and we'll take you even more into our space and see what we have going on still later on. Thank you.
We're going to start getting ready for our next presentation. But before we do that, we have 5 more names for the drawing. And so if you entered the drawing for Indian swag, the table over there, we have 5 new tickets here, and I didn't bring the basket up with me, but you're just gonna have to trust us. These are the 5 winners right here in my hand. But if you're just coming into the room and you didn't yet sign up for the drawing, there's a table in the back corner over there, and you could sign up to receive free Indian swag. There's some t-shirts, hoodies, water bottles. There's a bucket hat back there. And yeah, and then as soon as we're done with this drawing, we're gonna get to our next presentation. And so if you're just kind of wrapping up your conversations and you want to see this next presentation from one of our Radical Imagination artists, Dimi, he's gonna be coming right up after this. We have one more artist presentation from Dimi. After Dimi, we also have one more panel presentation before this first half of our programming today wraps up. And just a reminder as well, at 5 o'clock, we have to shut things down in here so that we can get ready for the concert to take place at 6 o'clock. So that's the second half of our programming. Also a free event. The concert is going to be in this room as well. And so the concert is going to be featuring 4 performers, 3 of our Radical Imagination artists, Dakota Camacho, who's going to be doing a performance right here in the center of the floor. It's so beautiful. Hope you can make it. It's part performance. It's part musical, singing. There's some hip hop in there. It's phenomenal. So make sure you don't miss that. Also, along with Dakota is Mike Jordan, a member of our Indian Collective team, our creative director. Jordan Breen, performance name Mike Jordan, will be here as well. And then we also have Frank Juan, Sichango Lakota hip-hop artist. He shared a little bit of his work earlier today. And then last but not least, Marks. Marks is here and will be presenting or premiering their film, their music video, How Long, and also performing. So if you want to take a break at 5 o'clock and come back and join us for the concert, that would be great. But yeah, we'll go ahead and read off the next 5 winners for the Indian Collective Swag. And so if I read your name, go ahead and head back to that table and one of our team members will help you pick something out. So the first one is Candace H. Candace H, are you in the room? If you're not, maybe you're watching the live stream. We also have Candace's contact information, and so we'll reach out to Candace and make sure she could come and claim her gift. Next up is Brian. Brian, we got a phone number here. Is there a Brian in the house? If your name just happens to be Brian. Oh, okay. Is that you, Brian? All right, Brian, go ahead and head to the back. Kate C is also another one of our winners. Yeah, Kate. All right, go ahead and head to the back there. We got 2 more. Alicia Littlebear, or Alicia. That's Alicia Littlebear. I think she's upstairs, so maybe if somebody wants to let Alicia know. Oh, there you are right there. Congrats, Alicia. Go ahead and grab one of your items. And then I'm having a hard time reading this name. Adelbart Q. Okay, Adelbart Q. I'm so sorry if I pronounced that name wrong. We have the contact information for this person and we'll reach out. So once again, if you didn't yet enter our drawing, you can head to the back there and enter to win some free swag. In addition, there are free water bottles over there. You don't have to enter the drawing. Anybody could get one of the Indian Collective water bottles at that table. There's also a sign-up form to sign up to receive Indian Collective's monthly newsletter, emails, and additional updates. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to welcome our next Radical Imagination artist to the stage for a really exciting presentation. And so please, without further ado, let's welcome Dimi.
Hello, everybody. My name's Dimi. I'm one of the Radical Imagination recipients. Happy to be here. Happy to be meeting all my fellow cohort and everybody who's joined us. I am originally from Alaska. I'm Atna Athabaskan, and I currently live in Seattle, which is where I met my co-creator, Casey. And yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, Casey.
I'm Casey Silver from Seattle, and
this is being live streamed.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, together we make stuff and create, and have been for a little while.
We would like to share with you a little video that kind of overview who we are and what we do, and get this started here. Give me 1 second. Wait.
What are you supposed to point at? Hey, I'm Dimi. And I'm Casey. And together, we're 80% Studios. You might think of us as comic book artists, but more than that, we're storytellers. Stories connect us with our past and guide us as we move into the future. We formed 80% Studios in 2010 as a way to forge our own creative path. But why not 100% Studios? For us, 80% is our mantra: stay hungry, humble, and constantly strive to evolve. It's not about the destination, but the journey. Belief in ourselves that no matter what we do, be it storytelling workshops, where we equip students with the tools necessary to create their own stories, custom art creations, where we help you express your story in a unique piece that we cherish for generations, or comics, where we share our stories with you. It's all based on a foundation of true creative collaboration. We invite you to join us on our journey. The best is yet to come.
Thank you.
It's the best part.
That's the best part. The ending is the best part. So yeah, 80% Studios. That's kind of what we call ourselves. We both fell in love with comics at a young age. Moved to Seattle. That's where I met this guy. Walked into a comic book shop downtown looking to collaborate with someone, and there's this weird guy with a mohawk behind the counter. I was like,
It was pretty rare because at the time I was just a writer, and it's almost unheard of that an artist would come looking for a writer. And he came, and I even like turned him away because I was like, no, this is too perfect. I'm just gonna send it back out in the universe. You know, if it's meant to be, he'll come back. And like 2 weeks later, he comes back. He's like, I can't find anybody. And I was just like, well, I like make comics, you know, I guess, and like really sheepishly. And yeah, that was officially we made our first book in 2010. And that's where we came up with 80% Studios.
yeah, a huge part about 80% Studios and art in general is collaboration. And one thing we kind of wanted to talk about today was collaboration, our unique collaboration, and collaboration in general. Making comic books, in many art forms, I'm sure can relate. It's a lot, and doing something like making comic books from the ground up. Everything from art to writing to even figuring out how to get that printed. It's a lot to learn, and I'm lucky that I have somebody to do this with me.
It's a language, no matter like what kind of relationship you're in, it's about communication. That's the most important part, and the more you communicate, the more you build that relationship. And we're thankful to have kind of all the same, I guess, foundational influences, but we both take in media very different ways, and we see things differently, obviously, and we have different skill sets. And so we're able to really kind of fill the void of what each other's, weaknesses are. And through it, we've been able to create things where it feels like it comes from one person, or at least that's the goal. And to do that, it took a long time to make that language, and there was some hiccups and things, but that process, that collaboration has become really the foundation of everything that we do.
Yeah, a lot of times people will ask, when they see a book, if we're selling our book, they'll ask, well, who does what? And we don't like to differentiate. I mean, essentially, we do have skill sets, but we try to make it feel as though it comes from one person. Here's a quick example of our process, us hard at work on comics.
Yeah, we're very animated, and a lot of it is like we don't write scripts. We come up with basic ideas that we'll write on like a whiteboard. We have an outline, but then a lot of times I like act it out for Dimi, and he'll like sketch it like that. So it's very true to it, and we just try to have fun. If you forget why you're doing this, you just it becomes a job, which is completely the opposite of what we're trying to do.
But at the end of the day, basically, the main components of making comic books comes down to words and pictures.
And those together are what create one of the most interesting mediums that we have. It's one of the only things that uses both sides of your brain, words, pictures together, and very much like us where, you know, originally it was words, pictures, but it's blended. We've been able to create something that, you know, it's changed from its original boundaries. And from that, you know, telling things in comic books, it's a great way to get kids to learn to read, to be interested in reading. You know, I learned how to read on black and white Turtles comics, and I never looked back. And, you know, for good or bad. But yeah, so it's really, really important.
Yeah, we both, you know, have a lot of the same influences. I'm sure, you know, Ninja Turtles, you know, that'll pop up a couple times in our presentation. But this project that we are here to kind of talk about is called Chickaloonies, and it's our first venture into cultural collaboration. We made books for a long time. We've made books for over 10 years, and during COVID, we were kind of looking to work on a new project, and we thought, hey, maybe look at, you know, my culture, where I come from. I grew up hearing, you know, these traditional legends that I'll talk about in a little bit, but what if we kind of tapped into that for inspiration for this new project? And that's how we came up with our current project, Chickaloonies.
So yeah, Chickaloonies, it's all ages, Alaskan tribal adventure about two best friends and their grandma who live in the magical world of Chickaloon, which is a real place, and yes, it is magical. And the whole world that they live in exists in darkness. The sun was taken, it was gobbled up by a giant fish long, long ago, long before any of us were born, and the only light that remains in this world is the moon, northern lights, and a thing that we call glowberries, which would be something important to remember. We'll come back to that. But this is the only source of illumination for the whole world. And our main characters is Mr. Sasquatch Emoji, who speaks only in emojis. He is very artistic. He loves to make masks. He's really, really good at drawing. And his favorite food is moose tacos, of which he eats far, far, far too many. But, you know, moose tacos, you can't really turn that down. And his best friend is Mr. Yelly. He's kind of like a radio station that never turns off. He's one of those guys who tells tall stories and just blah, 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 blah. So you want to smack him in the face, but he's kind of endearing, so you keep him around. He's always late. He's habitually late. And he's also the captain of his school's drum ball team called the River Rats. And then Grandma, who is the village elder, the keeper of the cultural knowledge and of the tribe's stories, and most importantly, the storyteller. She's the one that shares this knowledge, and she has kind of, you know, guided Moji Yelly and most of the community along the way. And what you see here with the, it's kind of hard to see some of it, but the symbols there. Do you want to?
Yeah, you know, like most indigenous languages, they're not written. These are oral languages. Language is very important. You know, these are, you know, our way of connecting to the land, connecting to each other. It's very important. So in the book, we wanted to create a way to differentiate when a character is, say, speaking in English than speaking in our traditional Atna language. So I came up with this series of glyphs. And on top of that, if you are a fluent speaker of the language, it's almost like a magic superpower, and that's kind of what we see here. Grandma's speaking the Atna language, and it's almost kind of manifesting in this magical spell. So it adds an extra layer to the dynamic of the book.
Yeah. And so Moji and Yelly, they're like a lot of other kids, and they like to dress up, make costumes out of cardboard, put sharp sticks or sharp items on top of sticks and hunt small animals and go out in the woods and have adventures. They're not, you know, the most successful, but the point is they're having fun. And even more so, you might view them, and remember as a kid, you know, you're just sitting there with sticks in the forest or something. That's not what you saw. It was your imagination, and that's what was powerful. And so we see here is how they, Moji and Yelly, see themselves in their imagination. They're great warriors. They're out on this, you know, very dire hunt that, you know, for a tribe that needs food, that kind of thing. And Grandma has instilled in them such a love of stories, not of just hearing them, but of telling them. And they're constantly trying to hone their storytelling skills and kind of show off to grandma a little bit, kind of perform and show what they've learned, to gather, to show, like, as you gain knowledge from somebody, you kind of like, oh, look, I learned this and this is how we did it. You're like, oh, cool. And you get to kind of move to the next step a little bit. And so it's really important that they are able to tell these stories. And again, this very much, kind of looks like me and Dimi making comics, which is kind of a point. But yeah, so eventually the kids, they're going to have to leave Chickaloon. They have to leave home for the first time. And they're going to learn or go and journey to foreign lands where they're going to share the knowledge of their culture and learn from the other cultures that they visit. And maybe, if they're really lucky and they don't screw it up, at the end of the day, they might save the village. It's possible. But Chickaloonies is a coming-of-age tale. It's about legends, language, magic, and the journey of discovering one's own story in our ever-changing world. And to give you a little bit of a background as to where this came from, Dimi talked about pulling from his culture to look for inspiration for stories. We're going to give you a little background on that.
Yeah, thank you, Casey. As if you can't tell already, this kind of dynamic here we've got is, I'm more visual. I'm more of a visual person, more of an artistic visual person. And Casey, I've found this great counterpoint, somebody who speaks, somebody who can write. And we've really
I write his scripts for him, so he's got that there so he doesn't mess up. We've got topics to keep on.
Yes.
So.
Thank you. But yeah, Chickaloonies is very near and dear to my heart. This isn't autobiographical, I wouldn't say, but it's based in Chickaloon, which is where my family's from, which is where I grew up. And grandma is even my grandma is grandma in the book. I turned grandma into one of the main characters. She's like my personal hero, and she's now a hero in the book. And so growing up, grandma was very important in our community. My parents' generation in Chickaloon and which is near Anchorage, which is more I guess colonized than other parts of Alaska. She felt it was important to keep our traditions and our culture and our language alive. And my parents kind of skipped a generation. So when I was young, when I was a little kid, grandma started the Yanida'a Tribal School, which is the first Alaskan. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I skipped a part, but all right.
You didn't follow the script. You didn't follow the script.
Sorry. We'll get back to that. I should say some of my first memories were hearing stories from grandma. These are like core memories to me from when I was a baby, hearing grandma tell us the Yanida'a stories. It's called ancient teachings. That's what Yanida'a means. And she would tell us stories about lynx and raven, and the Basine story, which was a really scary story about the owl. These memories are just kind of embedded in my mind. They're very special to our family, and grandma was a very important person. She did a lot of really amazing things. And getting back to what I was saying earlier, this is me and my brother and my cousin, and then a handful of other of my relatives and my cousins were the first class in the Yanida'a school. So along with learning, math and English and all that, we would learn language, we would learn the stories, we would do drumming and dancing, which was very, like nerve-wracking. Grandma would put us out in front of audiences and tell us to dance. She'd be like, get down lower, it was awesome. These were great memories. And around that time, I fell in love with comics. I always loved drawing, always loved, cartoons and Ninja Turtles. And this is really special that I collaborated with grandma at such an early age. These are drawings from when I was 11 years old, and I turned some of the stories into comic books. So this idea of collaboration goes back very far. I was collaborating with my grandma, who was a storyteller, and she was encouraging me to draw these stories how I saw them. I might draw like a pizza box on the floor, and grandma was like, that's cool, that's okay. So in a lot of ways, grandma had, a radical imagination. She was allowing me to kind of portray these stories how I pictured them. This story is how we got the sun and the moon, and it's kind of cool because this is sort of the precursor, almost like the inspiration, the seed of inspiration for Chickaloonies. I grew up, I graduated, and I went back to work for Chicaloon Village, for our tribe, under the education department. And under that grant, it gave me the opportunity to collaborate once more with Grandma. I was older now, I was a better artist, and I turned a handful of our Yanida'a stories into comic books, like manga-influenced comic books. And these launched my artistic career. I was very lucky. My mom was like my biggest fan. She was my promoter, my spokesperson, and she showed these books to everybody. So the newspaper heard about them, and I got, all sorts of attention from it, which I'm very thankful to these books and these stories. They're super important to me. This is my mom. Once my grandma got a little too old, my mom took up the mantle of storyteller. She would go around to classrooms and gatherings throughout Alaska, share about our history, share about our culture, and share the stories. And one cool thing she did was take the artwork that I illustrated for the books and include them in presentations like we're doing right now with a slideshow. And it was kind of this, new way of sharing our stories. What was once an oral tradition now had a visual component. And this was kind of maybe not accepted by people traditionally, but these were things that, kind of set the path for what we're doing right now. Mom and Grandma have both passed on, and Chicaloonies is my way of, continuing their legacy, the work that they did, and doing this in their honor. So I take it very seriously. While we act like we're, just joking around and having fun, at the core of it, it is... it's very pure and coming from a place of love for these two especially.
Yeah, and it's been really, I never met his grandmother, but I met his mother, and it was really something that where it's, you can feel it when some people are just storytellers, where they have this aura about them, and it was really interesting to kind of learn. And we say he's a third generation, but who knows how many before your grandmother, so. Yeah,
that's true. I never really considered myself a storyteller until we started this project, and we'll kind of talk about it a little bit, but we released Chicaloonies during the pandemic, and when we decided to launch out on our book tour in Alaska, I had this idea that, it would be great for us to be able to share a story, kind of how Mom did, from the book. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Do you want to?
Yeah, no, so we started out on the tour, and it was the first time we put out anything in a while, and we were reaching a whole new environment, a whole new, market, and I'd never been to Alaska before, and it was this really very quite moving moment. But we realized quite quickly that while the book is the foundation of everything we do, it wasn't the point. We weren't there to sell a comic book. We were on a journey, and we were merely inviting everybody to join us on that journey, to be part of Moji and Yeli's journey, and to be able to express that in a way where it was something that would remain with you. So you go to a concert, you buy a t-shirt. You're not buying a t-shirt so much because you love the t-shirt. You're buying it as a memory of this concert, of this, event that you went to. And so that's kind of what the book turned into, where Dimi wrote this really, really cool story that was like a new Yanida'a story, and we illustrated it and put it in the back. And we had this live element thing, which then kind of full circle brought all the way back around to an oral tradition of telling these stories, but again incorporating what his mother would do, which is adding slides. But we added animation.
And along with that, we came up with some drawing sheets that we would hand out to kids. So it wasn't like us up here talking, which we're not
like we are now,
like we're doing right now. Yeah, we like it to be a little bit more interactive, but we had these sheets that we handed out. It was like, hey, do you want to learn how to draw emoji? Do you want to learn how to draw Yeli? And it became this kind of moment where we were like, there's an opportunity here to teach, not only share, but teach little things that we've learned along the way, which brings us to this awesome project that we came up with, that we partnered with the Smithsonian to create.
It's a so the live storytelling kind of turned into this partnership with the Smithsonian, and we created this 56-page black and white printable thing that's called the Sequential Storytelling Strategy Guide, and it's got 12 years worth of like tips and tricks and our knowledge on how to tell stories, and not just comic books. I mean, our medium is comic books, but we always like to say that storytelling can be done in any medium. So these basic tenets of creating a story and crafting a story will apply to things all across different mediums. And so after we did this, it allowed us to actually start doing some workshops where we're able to to empower the youth to not so much like it's not so much like how to draw, but to realize that everyone is a storyteller. It's just a matter of knowing how to communicate that, or even knowing it in yourself. Like Dimi had said, he didn't know he's a storyteller, but he's been drawing pictures since he was a kid. That's a story. I mean, everything here, even the barista this morning you got your coffee from is a storyteller. What you're drinking is their art, that kind of thing, and so it's allowed us a lot of cool opportunities to really go hands-on and, like as you see Dimi, physically show kids how to draw stuff, how to take things that's in their mind and put it on the page.
And it's really fun too with the dynamic we've got in these classrooms. We'll do it with a group like this large, or even just a small group. And Casey's great at like fielding questions and kind of eliciting stories from kids and getting them to use their imaginations, when I can kind of like help translate those ideas up onto a poster paper. And I should mention also that the strategy guide is free online. It's hosted on the Smithsonian site, but it's a free resource for anybody that wants to download it, and you can print it, and it's great. It's free, and we provide them with the workshops we do. And, this was from a workshop we did a couple months ago in Anchorage. It was really cool. They wanted to focus a little bit more on storytelling than they did on art. And Casey did a great kind of like, we have a copy of it here, this storytelling.
Yeah, which is cool. It's kind of like creating things where, as a kid or, even like a high school or whatever, it helps to have some boundaries. Not so much rules, but boundaries. And so we try in a short time to kind of guide your imagination. Like, we're not going to teach you this entire book in an hour. We're merely just trying to get you excited about telling stories and about where you come from. And so we've got kids like this creating, whole backstories and characters and stuff. And who knows if this character will ever be used. Maybe it'll just go into the collective subconscious and somebody else will use it. But it's getting them to create, and they had to think about it and do this whole thing that might have been kind of out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and they get up and share it, in front of a
which
classroom.
Is super out of comfort zone for most people.
Right.
We had to put those people up with like a hot poker and stand near them, and it's like, okay, what did you create? And they were talking to like kids that were like 4 or 5, and it's an amazing thing too to learn how to teach. We've never thought ourselves as teachers, and to be able to interact with kids, especially on all sorts of different ages. There's a whole art and a whole rule book and a whole giant guide. We have no idea, but it's been a lot of fun, and we've gotten really good at it, and we've gotten our roles kind of defined, and Dimi's able to just magically kind of make stuff on the fly. And so one thing that we really like to do is focus on the collaboration aspect and really make it interactive. So we do a kind of character creation where on the fly, everybody kind of helps to create a character, from the body type to the species to the gender to, what they're wearing. And from that, we draw a whole character, and then from there we take that character and we turn it into a story. So everybody draws one panel of what's going to happen, and so anything could happen, and then we take it and draw it, and we leave it with the people that we did the workshop from. So it's kind of a cool tangible thing and proof to show that everybody did something. We all created something
and collaborated together as a team. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, this was the end of our workshop we did in Anchorage. Really great. It was fun for us to do something a week long. This was actually a week-long workshop. So normally we do something a couple hours, 1 hour, but we actually got to hang out and, kind of build this over the course of a week. So beyond the workshops, I've had this opportunity this past year to, in partnership with the Smithsonian, go and look through collections and really kind of study some of these tangible objects that are in their collections from my people, my ancestors, things that have been, locked up in cases for many years. And a lot of these things were taken long ago, and I never really got to see much of this growing up. who knows how they got these items, but the Smithsonian is working hard to make these accessible, especially to artists, which is really awesome that we're able to look through and go, and I'm collaborating with, I should mention that in a little bit here, but all this knowledge and hands-on experience, kind of, learning how they create this regalia, this art, these living objects, goes back into the story. And this is all knowledge we're trying to kind of transmute into these different projects. One of them is this calendar. We've got copies of it on the table here and outside. These are free, just to kind of demonstrate taking, inspiration and combining it with knowledge and illustration and collaboration. And it's pretty cool. It's free. It's free for anybody to check out. You can grab one. And yeah, this has been a very exciting, rewarding aspect that's blossomed out of the Ciccolini's graphic novel. And it's also, I need to go without saying that this is my cousin Melissa, who's collaborated with us on the book. She's our cultural kind of, expert. And I only met Melissa once when I was a little kid, but through this project, we've reconnected. We've gone to DC to look through collections together. Here we are holding some historic knives. And it's been really awesome to be able to connect with family. And then, she's also an artist and a teacher, and work together on this project.
We've learned so much from her, and have avoided pitfalls we didn't even know existed. And it's been a really cool way where Dimi gets to learn from stuff and these items, and these stories that are living, that are just made solid, and that I get to learn from them too, and then we get to put them back in the book, as Dimi had said.
Yeah, here's an example from the book, from book one. Just kind of like this, grandma teaching moments. And there'll be more of these in the books to come. But this is kind of what we're hoping. It's sort of a bridge between the past and now, through a medium that, speaks to kids, that speaks to me, speaks to us.
Yeah, in a way where the idea of the book, again, it's not just a comic. There's all sorts of stuff in it, from actual cultural knowledge to kind of chapter breaks, as to teach you how to read the book as you go, because it's a language. Again, the language is a huge foundation, and how you read a book and how you look at things, especially if you don't come from comics, can be very different. And we try to get it so that it's a fully immersive experience. And in the back, there's stuff in the strategy guide, there's coloring sheets, there's fashion ads that we made, just all sorts of fun things, but all in tying to the theme of what we're trying to promote and to honor.
Yeah, like Casey said earlier too, stories don't necessarily have to be one thing, like a comic book. The past couple years, I've had opportunities to go and I guess teach, I don't know if the word teach or guide students in creating murals that are basically like story murals. So I've been in Utah. This is the third year in a row I've done this particular residency, but it's been really amazing to work with art students, and I have a unique skill set when it comes to digital art that I'm able to take 30 different, 50 different ideas and help combine those into one cohesive thing. So mural making is a new thing that I've never, done before. And this project was really cool. We just did it in Anchorage at a place where it's kind of like a land acknowledgement, but we wanted to do a quick throw up, almost graffiti style land acknowledgement with the traditional name, which means wind protected. And this is just kind of a little highlight reel where us and the students got to make stencils and do some wheat pasting. It was really fun.
It's very cool because it's not, it's meant to go away. It's something there, and it's a land acknowledgement, but like Athabascan stuff, it's like you don't leave a trace. It just keeps going, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And these murals too, to see Dimi, I mean, he underplays what he does to take like 30 different people's ideas, and then on the fly, when they finally pick up an idea, a kid will be like, I want to draw like a sword, and a guy would be like, okay, say take a picture of the wall, and they take his, the kid's drawing, Dimi will draw it there, and then post it up on the wall, like project it, and then the kid can do it. And so he's like on the fly, literally showing and doing, making a mural. So, and it's completely collaborative. Like I said, it's just a whole story.
Yeah, that's true. So currently what we're working on is the next book, the next volume of Ciccolini's. The adventure continues. These stories are meant to go on. And while we've kind of been distracted on these like different little avenues of things that we've been doing, at the core of it, we continue the story.
Yeah, the comic will always be the foundation, as we said. And book 2, which is called Watering Ways, sees our main characters to go away from Chikloon for the first time, and they reach the mysterious land of Palmer, where there's these kind of bizarre monsters who are inflicting damage, and people are scared. Moji and Yeli have to kind of find out what's going on as they continue their journey that Grandma's put them on. And it's something that the creation of this book has been a direct result of everything we've learned in the last 2 years, and all of the people we've been able to collaborate, every different organization that we've been able to learn of and share knowledge with. It's been really phenomenal. So yeah.
You wanna? We're gonna do a little story thing here in a second. Casey's gonna hop into costume really quick, and I just wanted to mention really quick here to wrap things up on my part that storytelling is the foundation of this, and the workshop is our way of giving back. And if there's one thing that I can impart with students and young people, maybe it is a little bit of encouragement, because I've met adults and young people who you only have to tell somebody once that they're not good at something, that they're not good enough at their art, and they'll put that pencil down forever, and they won't ever do it again. And I've met, like older people and younger people that have the same story. So with what we're doing with the workshop, I just hope that I can kind of give them that same imaginative, creative freedom that Grandma gave to me growing up. And that is sort of the, the heart of what we're hoping to give back. Good?
So we know you're not all children, but everybody loves stories.
You want the mic or no?
No, you guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Right. Know then, it was the time. Humans, animals, communicate. After the sun was taken, Creator didn't want everyone to live in darkness, so he boiled up a big pot of fish head soup and filled it with glowing fish eggs that burned bright spots. Aid him in his task. Creator chose Raven, who was lazy, but always up to no good. Creator thought by giving him such an important chore, Raven might find purpose. Probably not. Told him to deliver it to Grandfather Sky so that he might make a new sun. Raven put on his stank old box. Oh, they were so stinky. And he headed out the door. So now it is time for Grandma to make an appearance and teach us a little bit of language in Ada. So when you guys hear this sound, you guys know that it's language time. The first word that we're going to learn today is the Adna word for raven. Can you repeat after me? Sagani Gai. Sagani Gai. Sagani Gai. Sagani Gai. Sagani Gai. Good job, guys. Don't know how. During his journey, Raven became so hungry that he couldn't resist the smell of fish eyes, his favorite treat. Eyeball. After delicious eyeball, Raven continued to eat until the fish eyes, they were missing from the soup. Raven knew Creator would be furious if he delivered the soup without any fish eyes. So he hatched a sneaky plan to cover up his dirty deed. But first, he would need the help of Cousin Bear. So Raven asked Bear to gather a bunch of poison white berries to replace all the missing eyeballs. And once they had gathered enough berries, the soup looked A-OK, 100%. And Raven was back on his way. But selfish Raven didn't even thank Bear for all her help. Aww. During his journey, Raven became so full, or was so tired from eating all the eyeballs, he had to enlist the help of Eagle to deliver the soup. So Raven flew to the tallest branch of the tallest tree to meet Mighty Eagle. After reaching the top of the ancient tree and catching his breath, Raven said, Eagle, will you please deliver this soup to Grandfather Sky? I'm too tired to finish the journey. Eagle eyed the naughty trickster suspiciously. You better not be up to one of your games, Raven. Honest. Creator gave me the soup, or Creator asked me for help. It's super important this soup be delivered to Grandfather Sky, so we might make a new sun. Raven wasn't so sure he believed, or Eagle wasn't so sure he believed Raven's story. He knew Raven would never help anyone, unless it benefited him somehow. Reluctantly, Eagle took the pot in his talons, unfurled his mighty wings, and soared up, up, up into the darkened sky to meet Grandfather. Upon his arrival, Eagle was greeted by Grandfather Sky. Here you are, Grandfather. Take this soup and make a new sun, so we might see all the beauty of the land. Ancient and wise. Grandfather Sky took one look at that soup and said, I won't eat that soup! That rough Raven ate all the eyeballs! Replace them with poison berries! Eagle became very cross upon hearing this. I knew Raven was up to one of his games. In a fit of rage, Eagle dumped the pot of poisonous soup down upon the land, where it spread like a raging river. The poison berries mixed with the soup and seeped deep, deep into the heart of Mother Earth. And that's how we got glowberries, which provide us with warmth and give us light, the eternal dawn. Thank you all.
Great, thank you, Dimi, and thank you both for that really awesome presentation. So we are just about done with our first half of programming, everyone. Thanks so much for sticking around. I'm Sarah Sunshine Manning. I'm the host of the program today. I'm the Director of Communications here at Indian Collective. And we have one more panel, and then we're going to break and go to set up the room for our concert. But before we do that, we're actually going to do our last drawing. We have one more drawing to do. So if you entered your name into that drawing, now is your time. So here we have our lovely assistant, Mike Jordan, who will be performing later tonight.
Don't put them all in one?
No. Okay, we're just going to do one at a time because they're, I think, grouped by size. Could you just hand me one at a time? Okay, so this is the first one. And when your name is called, you can just go to the back and pick out your item there. And so our first one is Iris. Is Iris in the room? All right, Iris. Okay, Iris, go ahead and head back there, and one of our team members will help you to pick something out. Okay, next up, who's it going to be? I'm not looking, even though it's down here. Okay, the next person is Donna H. Are you still here with us, Donna? Okay, Donna's not here, so I'm going to pick another one. Could you give me another one from that one? Thanks, Jordan. Okay, one more from this basket is Jennifer F. Jennifer. All right, Jennifer. Okay. So we got 3 more to go. You still have a chance if your name hasn't been called. All right. And a reminder, too, if you didn't already get one of the Indian Collective water bottles, everyone gets one of those. You can grab one of those, sign up for our newsletter and our email, and you could get an NDN water bottle. So this next person is Chris V. Chris V, are you here? Chris V, if you're here, you can make your way over to the table. We'll go to the next one. Actually, since we didn't see Chris jump up, let's do one more from that basket. All right, next we have John M. John. All right. So this is our basket from all day. They might be gone, but we have their number. We're going to reach out to them. Yep. Okay, the next one is Gabby Strong. Who's that? All right, Auntie Gabby. Okay, then we got one more. One more. You still have a chance. All right. This is W. Atsity. W. Atsity. Not seeing them jump for joy back there, so we're going to try one more. Okay. Next is James. James Interlube. No James. Okay, one more. We're going to just keep going till we see somebody. Lincoln. Lincoln Encino. No Lincoln. All right. This is our last try, and then we're just going to start reaching out to them. Last one here is Melissa S. Melissa S. And if you guys are watching our live stream, we'll reach out to you. We have your contact information. All right. Well, that wraps up our last raffle. Jordan, you could actually grab these and take these. We're going to just take a quick few-minute break. Or quick few minutes of a break, and we're going to set up the stage for our final panel of artists. That panel will consist of Ilegvak, Will Wilson, and Jackie Fawn. So we'll be hearing from all three of them. While we're setting up, feel free to check out the room. Check it upstairs if you haven't already. You can also get a free water bottle if you haven't. But yeah, give us about 5 minutes, and we'll be ready to go for our final panel discussion. And then after that, again, we're breaking down the room. We're going to have to scoop people out so that we can set up for the concert this evening. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you in a few minutes.
My daughter's a senior this year.
right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. If you're just coming in, we are getting ready to start our final panel for the day with 3 of our Radical Imagination artists. So we're so glad that you're all here. I am Sarah Sunshine Manning. I am the Director of Communications here at Indian Collective, and I'll be moderating this last panel with Jackie, Fawn, Ilegvak, Williams, or Will Wilson. Yeah, so glad to have you all here. Get comfortable. If you're just coming in, feel free to grab a free water bottle there in the back. Also, just want to share some quick housekeeping for folks too. After this panel, we're going to actually have to close down and send everyone out as we set up for the concert. The concert starts at 6 o'clock. It'll be from 6 to 9 p.m. and we have 4 performers at that time. And so this will be our last programming here for the first half of this session, or first half of the day. Meantime, also, if you didn't get a chance to check out upstairs, feel free to go check out what's going on up there. We have our creative resistance team. We have some vendors, some grassroots nonprofit organizations set up there. You can make some free art that you could take home with you. And we also have some art for sale from some of our artists as well. For folks who also are just getting here, just sharing a little bit of the lay of the room here. So around the perimeter of the room, you'll see a number of different tables all the way over here to the back with some screens. Some of the artists are at those tables so that you could visit with them. One of our artists, Marks, back there. Could you wave at us, Marks? There's Marks. Marks will be premiering their music video tonight and performing. Their video is called How Long, and it is amazing. We got a chance to see it at another event. And so there's Marks, if you want to see Marks before the big event tonight. Also, other artist tables are around the room. Some of their art samples are there. Some videos are playing. There's a table with clay from Puerto Rico that Nivea brought if you want to dip your hands in the clay. There's also some water for you to wash your hands. And so check out the room. Feel free to flow around as we're having this conversation. But with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our final panel presentation for today. And so I'm so honored to sit here with these 3 amazing artists from across Turtle Island, from various different places across the Indigenous world. And they all have really amazing mediums. They're all a part of the 3rd cohort of Indian Collective Radical Imagination artists who are here today. I also forgot to mention this earlier today, why this event is also really, really important and powerful. So when Indian Collective launched almost 5 years ago, we're just under 5 years old as an organization. This was one of our first grants. And then the pandemic hit. And so with our first couple of cohorts, we had hoped to have an in-person convening like this where we can share their art. And this is actually the first one. This is the first time we're actually able to bring these 10 artists together. And so this has been something that we've been waiting for and planning for a really long time. And so far, it's been a really phenomenal experience hearing from everybody here. So if you're also here late, sharing that you can watch the programming earlier because it's been streamed throughout the day and it's available on our YouTube, Twitter, or now known as X, formerly known as Twitter, and our YouTube pages. And so if you want to catch any of that you missed, you can watch that as well. Also letting you all know too, if you want to hear from some of the artists that presented and you missed those presentations, we have some really great stories on our website. On our website, we have Q&A interview conversations with all of these artists if you want to hear some unique things about them, unique insights that you might not hear on this panel. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and send it over to our amazing artists here to introduce yourselves. And so just give us a quick introduction of who you are, where you're from, and the work that you do. And we'll start here with Jackie, and we'll go down the line.
Ayakwi, I'm Jackie Fawn. I am from Northern California, from the Yurok tribe in Klamath, California. I'm currently living in Akwesasne, New York. And it's near the Canadian border. And I am here with Radical Imagination to share my coloring book that we are releasing today.
Jumai everyone, Chinachit, Nasiktawa, Ilegvak. My Yupik name is Ilegvak. I was born in Bethel. My Yupik side of my family is from Akiak, also known as Akiak. I was raised by the settler colonial side of my family in Shiitka, also known as Sika, which is the land of the Thlinket. It's really nice to see you all here today.
Hello, Will Wilson, Yanishia, Kia Ani Inchne, the Irish and Welsh Bashashin, Trabaha, da Shache, the Irish and Welsh da Chanelis, I grew up in Tonanastizzi, Tuba City, Arizona, in the Navajo Nation. And I'm a photographer, media maker, associate professor of photography at the University of Texas in Austin. I just got that job.
Congratulations. Well, so great to have all of you here. So to kick off our conversation, I think it would be really great to hear about your current projects. And so you gave us a preview of the work that you do, but tell us about that current project. What are you really feeling inspired about with this current project? So we'll actually just start. We'll start with Will. So we'll go back.
Okay, the project that I'm most focused on is called Connecting the Dots for a Just Transition. And the dots that I'm referring to are a map that the Navajo Nation EPA as well as the US EPA put together of over 500 abandoned uranium mines in the Navajo Nation. And so I'm sort of engaged in this counter survey right now, photographing these places, trying to put sort of images of community and site to this, you know, I don't know, visualize this data, right? Like humanize it in a way, indigenize it, I suppose. And yeah, so that's what I've been doing for the last few years with, and you know, the amazing support of the Indian Collective. You know, it's ongoing and helped me build a platform for, I think, a long form study of this history.
So more of my current project is I'm transitioning into kind of a different medium, which is writing. And I'll talk more about kind of my work as like the Radical Imagination Project, which just quickly is really about kind of relationship to food and place and material and community. And so within that, there's also a big conversation about reciprocity and respect, which is also transitioning into like more focus on climate change. So climate change is something that I've been increasingly kind of more focusing on. With my writing, I'd say that over the years, I've been really, I guess, kind of changing in a way of how much I really appreciate so many wonderful, amazing Indigenous thinkers and artists and creators and doers. And so I've just really been enjoying interviewing them and writing about them and trying to like hold more space, which is usually dominated by a settler colonial narrative. So trying to add more of that in writing. And I don't know where that's going to take me. It's a kind of a big transition from quite a few years of a visual artist and building a reputation as a visual artist. And now I'm kind of beginning new. Guyana.
I am so excited. So because of the Indian Radical Imagination Grant, we were actually able to apply for a grant following after for a project that's been a big passion project of mine called Res Days. And it's just the most beautiful experience so far. It's came out of Standing Rock when me and my partner were fighting for our sobriety. And it's just this creative experience on what land back is and what romance is in Indigenous communities and breaking those cycles, those toxic cycles that a lot of people put in these narratives on main media. And it's just such a beautiful project that came out of it. We've actually had publishing companies try to buy the IP out of us, but because of this grant, we're able to keep it within our own studio and do whatever we want with it in the ways that we want to, in terms of like highlighting like what it means to be fighting extractive companies while trying to fight opiates, while trying to get your boyfriend back. So it's been a really beautiful experience, and that's what we're working on right now. And we actually are debuting it. We have like 40 copies left of the very first issue, which is 00, because it's an introduction and landing point to get deep into the res. So if afterwards y'all can check it out and come fall in and out of love on the res with us through Res Days.
Thanks, Jackie, and thanks, everyone. Jackie's booth is over there, and you could purchase some of her coloring books and stickers, and there's also some free coloring pages, too, if you guys want to nab some of those and take those home for your kiddos. They're amazing. So this panel is about art as resistance, and this grant in particular, we talk about with the Radical Imagination Grant, getting to the root of things, getting to the root of some of our most challenging issues as Indigenous people, having the courage and the strength to go to that root and figure out how, as artists, we propose some solutions, how we're a part of that solution. I'd love if each of you could tell us about what your home communities are facing. What are some of those challenges and threats? And how does your art serve as a vehicle to address that? And we'll start with you first, Ilegvak.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to my mind is a pretty broad general, theme and term, which is just dealing with colonization and that trauma and intergenerational trauma, and a lot of cultural knowledge and way of life and loss that has come, with that and through that. And so, even things like language, trying to revitalize that. I'm learning my own language, Yuktun, which is the name of the Yupik language, which I believe translates to people like. Yuk is a person. Other things that are major challenges are climate change, which is also, very colonial caused as well. I think, so I'm about to have an article published in First Alaskans magazine. I went to a tribal clean energy summit in Tualaip. I think it's called the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians put it on, and I was able to go through a scholarship funded there, and I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing there. And then it dawned on me, like, I'm here to write about it. And so I interviewed a young man there, and he talked about how, so for those that kind of don't know some Alaska history and some regulations and struggles around how the federal government manages our resources and ourselves. So we have to have a piece of paper and permission to feed ourselves now. And in Barrow, there was a time where they said they couldn't hunt migratory birds. Utiavik is its place name. And so the hunters went out, and everyone went and shot the duck and brought it into the game warden's office. And so, like, basically, like, you're going to have to arrest the entire community if you're going to arrest these hunters. And so he was talking about that story during the interview, and he was saying that Utiavik gave us a powerful, like, lesson about how hunger knows no laws. And then he said, but what we're facing here with climate change is something we haven't seen before. We've faced disease and we won. We've faced all these things and we've won. But if the animals aren't there for us to hunt them and to catch them and to fish them, then we can't eat. And we also can't practice our cultural ways of being and hand that down to future generations, and that knowledge in the ways that it needs to be handed down. So that's how I would kind of share, in the words of Sam, during an interview, about kind of one of the big challenges that our community faces with climate change directly. Guyana.
Thank you. Jackie, what about you? What are you resisting with your work? How are you? And I know that is a broad question for you because I've seen your beautiful work, but can you tell us, what some of the things are that you're confronting, what you're resisting?
I've been real honored to collaborate with amazing organizations that are fighting against climate change, the climate crisis right now. Tomorrow is actually our salmon festival in my homelands, and it's one of the second years that we won't have salmon at our salmon festival because of how horrible and sick they are. And it's just been really sad to see that in our homelands, to think that we won't have salmon. And it's been really scary because we've had it's wildfire season right now, and one of the entrances to our homelands from the Oregon side is on fire. And I'm just just been thinking about home these last few days and the fires that are going on. And outside of environmental work that ties directly right into it is health work. I've been collaborating with a lot of amazing health organizations on combating opiates in Native country because it's a big issue. And how are we going to fight this climate crisis if a lot of our warriors are sick and just don't have those options to get help? Because one thing we noticed at Standing Rock was how many awesome, amazing warriors came out there with their spirits just ablaze and just coming in strong. But then you also saw the hurt over time, like all their habits came back. And it was just really sad to see that, and like the lack of options and resources available. So those are two front lines that I've been using my art to help with, is the opiate crisis and environmental issues. So it's been really awesome to be working with people that are directly working on those issues. And just to have art involved in that is really powerful.
Yeah, thank you, Jackie. Also want to mention Ilegvak's table is there in the back, and you could see some of their traditional materials that they work with. And Jackie, if you've been familiar with Jackie's work, you could see the salmon really prominent in her artistry, in her graphic art, in her illustrations, in a really empowering way. So thank you. And then Will, we actually had the great honor and privilege of bringing Will with us to an event at the Grantmakers in the Arts Conference, where we got to hear and see some of your presentation of the project that you mentioned as well, which we can share out with folks too, so you can see a little more of that work. But Will, can you tell us some more about, you know, some of the threats that your community is facing and how you seek to resist that and bring forth solutions with your work?
I just love the premise that like artists are good, like people to bring in who can think sort of complexly, in a complex way, I guess, about like, you know, problematic issues, and that they need to be at the table, right? So, you know, that's an amazing thing in of itself. I mean, I'm looking, I guess, at and resisting sort of the slow violence of the legacy of extraction of, you know, radioactive materials from the Navajo Nation. I think it's 1941 to 71, the US government was the sole sort of purchaser of any kind of, you know, radioactive material that was sourced, you know, from these lands, from the American Southwest, and then in particular the Navajo Nation. It was done through sort of different front companies, but, you know, there was, you know, well-documented kind of studies about like the toxicity of this material, and, you know, it was sold to a kind of Dene public as economic development. You know, you don't have to leave the res. You can stay here in your homeland and like work these sites, these mines, and help this, you know, process that was also billed as sort of a patriotic endeavor, you know, to kind of get behind the U.S.'s development of, well, the first nuclear like weapon, right? And then later during the build up to during the Cold War, the nuclear arsenal. But I mean, there has been a lot of work and a lot of study, and there are a lot of initiatives kind of like tackling this. And, you know, even on the level of like the Navajo Nation EPA and the larger EPA, you know, millions of dollars worth of resources have been sort of marshaled to catalog these sites. But they still remain pretty inaccessible, I think, to a general public. So one of the things that we're trying to do is just make it easier and sort of keep this issue, I think, you know, in the public's mind, and also create like systems so people can understand, you know, this information in relation to where they are, right? So we're developing an interactive app that will cite these different things and show you where you are in relation to them, and then, you know, you'll have easy access to the studies that have already been done, but that are just sort of hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, thank you, Will. And if you haven't gotten a chance to see Will's amazing photography, it's phenomenal, highlighting this juxtaposition between extraction on Navajo Dene lands and then the beautiful, pristine Navajo landscape. And so just really powerful. And we're all, you know, the theme here, fighting colonization, fighting extraction in our own unique ways. And all of you are incredibly seasoned and powerful artists in your own ways. But I'm curious, how has your art evolved over time? Everybody kind of has their first project, you know, your first messy project. I'd love if you guys could share with us, you know, what was one of those first messy projects, and how between then and now have you seen this evolution in your work as an artist? And we'll start here with Jackie, and then we'll send it down.
Oh man, I feel like it never stopped getting messy. I feel like that's just part of the life process that just intertwines through the art. But I would have to say it really started at 23 when I met Cy Wagner, who's upstairs, who's part of the Creative Resistance team. He actually taught me about creative resistance because I was working with Greenpeace for a while, but they fired me because I wasn't too good with people. And I kept going, I kept showing up though to their community events and making art. And someone was like, yo, you're really good at this. You're kind of rough, but you should show up to this arts training. It's about, and I was like, cool, what kind of art? They're like, creative resistance. I was like, I don't know what that means, but let's go if it's gonna get me out of here. And they're like, it's fine, you're native, just show. I showed up and it was 3 native dudes. They're like, who is this? And then from there, they became the greatest teachers of my life. Cy, Marty, and Ave. They're all creative resistance trainers. They taught me everything about creative resistance. And because of that, it's changed my life and my work. Before then, I was just trying to work for art industries. And I was like, oh, this isn't for me in LA. And then they changed my life. And then right after that, Standing Rock happened. And that really just showed me how to make art on the front line. And that's always messy. So I love the mess. And I got a daughter, so it's never clean. So it works out.
Ilegvak, do you want to go next?
Yeah, so a little bit of background about kind of my art practice. Alaska Natives were exempt from the Marine Mammal Protection Act of, I think, 1972. So we're allowed to hunt marine mammals for food, clothing, arts, and crafts to sell. There's a few problematic issues with that exemption in the Marine Mammal Protection Act, including that it ignores like all the other indigenous inherent rights along all the coasts of Turtle Island that have been having a deep relationship with marine mammals since time immemorial. So I feel very fortunate that I'm able to practice that heritage. And it was something that really brought a lot of healing in my life. At first I thought it was like kind of a sense of identity, which I think it was. But then I realized that there is no separation between me and the sea otter or a seal, which is something that could be said about like anything in our lives. But I really saw it in that capacity of that was kind of my identity. That's how I paid for the lights to turn on. I would eat the meat. Projects would be throughout the house and fur. There'd be completed projects. There'd be hides in the freezer. And so it was so much a part of like my life, which really connected me to my culture and my spirituality in a way that wasn't before and helped me also with my journey of sobriety. And I knew the past history, the economic history of sea otter in particular. And so I thought this would be a way to kind of support my other art. And I didn't realize of the challenges that I would come with trying to sell this incredible like gift and material and cultural way of being. And a lot of it was people were perceiving it as the colonial controlled run fur trade like about 200 years ago and not really like listening to kind of my practice and what I have to do and what I have to offer. And I think also American society has worked so hard to remove the direct interaction of death out of our lives, including taking our loved ones and elders out of the home and having them die away from us and not spending time with the bodies anymore and our own food and you know, the cotton or whatever, you know, material we're wearing. And so I'm literally putting death in people's faces of a culture that seems to like fear mortality at such a high level. And so I think it was like hard for people to kind of understand what I was doing. And so I was here selling crafts. This might have been 5 to 8 years ago, could have been a little bit longer, and I was in the booth. And so I had this idea that I could kind of sell this work and try to bring this into a conversation amongst capitalism to talk about these things in a way that wasn't being talked about before. And at this booth, this woman came up and said, "Have you heard about First Peoples Fund?" And I'm like, "No, what is that?" And she's like, "It's this fellowship program. You should apply." And so we have Lori from First Peoples Fund in the audience. And so that really changed a lot for me and my artwork and began this trajectory, including, you know, Indian Collective Radical Imagination grant, but that's kind of where I started with my first fellowship was with them, and I found that that's